Alright, hello everyone. I hope you're having a pleasant evening. Now you may be thinking, holy shit, I'm out of the dead. I've come back to life and I'm actually streaming again. But the answer is that no, I'm actually still dead. What you're seeing right now is just a long, big husk corpse was just wandering by. Because I decided quite a long time ago that, I was not interested in doing politics anymore. Because it was just a waste of time. And I only recently came out of that hibernation because things have gotten so fucking bad that I had to get interested in it again. And in case you've been watching the news, you know what's been happening. Multiple things. So, I can't even talk about it too much because, as we know, our great, big, nice overlords are greatly restricting what I'm able to say, unless I'd be placed in a gulag. That's actually the very same reason you might have noticed that I scrubbed all my channels. They're all now all gone from YouTube. Only this one is left, and it has no videos on it. Because any evidence that exists on the internet shall and will be used against you. So that's why I've removed everything and I'm much more family friendly now, if I have even do anything more than this. In the end, what I'm doing right now, I'm just venting. I just wanted to vent because I'm really so fucking annoyed at everything that's happening right now, and all the other stupid fucking ass streamers don't tell the truth and somehow still maintain hope, despite all the bullshit we're dealing with. So, I guess, okay, where to start? Oh, fucking Trump, man. Trump. I remember 4 years ago, when he actually got elected, I actually had a little bit of hope that things would get better. Because I thought, wow, this guy, he's different. Politicians, yeah, they may be rotten, they may be untrustworthy, they may be pieces of shit who couldn't be counted to do anything at all. But Trump, he's a businessman. He's not a politician. He's different. He might actually change things. And maybe something interesting could happen, something good that will make our lives better overall. But no, over time I realized Trump really does rise to the occasion. In the end, Trump became a wonderful politician. He became everything I ever hated. And right now, if you've been following the news, you know, he's done. Like some people, I'm not even sure I can say that letter of the alphabet, but the one that comes before S, no, before R. How about let's call them K's, the K's, yeah, the K-tards. So according to the K-tards, they still hold hope. They think, oh, just wait until the 20th. It's gonna be all great. You know, he's gonna come by. He's gonna declare martial law, and trust the plan, guys. Trust the plan. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be wonderful. You guys don't need to worry about anything at all. But it's not gonna happen. In fact, as soon as the election results came in, I realized, oh no, he's done. Because I've known Trump for the past 4 years, and every time he was challenged on anything, he gave up. Because that's what conservatives do. Whenever there's any sort of conflict, the job of a conservative is to give up and die, is to give up and lose gracefully. That is their job. And Trump has done that wonderfully. Because, hey, man, remember, here's some flashbacks from the past. Remember Lock Her Up? You know? At one time, I actually believed him. I actually thought he was going to do it. Can you believe that? Holy shit. We actually thought that he was going to lock people up. That, Hillary was going to be put to justice. Holy shit, man. Oh, man. Oh, what a dream. Oh, back then we really were naive, weren't we? And building the wall, I thought, well, it's a giant waste of money, but it's much better than everything else the government does. And all he had to do was just, build a wall. It's just an infrastructure project. He builds towers, so he should know how to build walls. But no, oh man, I guess he couldn't do it, man. Just building buildings is just too hard. It's too hard. Don't you get it, guys? It was too freaking hard. He tried so hard. He did everything he could, but those damn Dems. And oh wait, they didn't have both the House and the Senate for a while, and he had full government authority to do whatever he wanted. No, but you see, those damn Republicans, man, those damn Republicans just got in his way, and he had full power, and he wasn't able to do anything. So obviously all he had to do was go to Twitter and just whine every day for 4 years. Just whine and say how terrible Twitter is for, silencing him. And at the same time doing absolutely fucking nothing to stop Twitter from censoring anybody, from destroying the lives of his followers, or anything else of the sort. And what do you know? Eventually, Twitter right now actually fucking banned him. Can you believe that? They actually pulled a switch and banned him. which everybody could see coming, and he's still whining. He still doesn't do anything. He told Twitter, like, hey, if you don't act, then we'll change those legislations. We'll make you legally culpable. Culpable. And then he does fucking nothing. He does nothing. Nothing. And to answer questions about guests, I think everybody is dead. Like, Dio, I only knew him through the Discord account, and that one's terminated, so maybe he has a new one, but I have no idea what he's doing these days. And same with everybody else, I'm still active on Twitter, like I still have my Twitter, so if somebody wants to join... In fact, if any of you fucks... Oh, there's somebody here, actually. Are you... That's not Jeff's picture. So, who are you? You can try talking, I can hear you, I should be able to at least. But yeah, somebody joined. In case anybody wants to join, whatever, here's the link. You can also just vent it, whatever bullshit's been happening. Anyway, I'm posting the link again if somebody wants to come in. But yeah, holy shit, man. Ugh, I hate Trump so fucking much. And the worst thing is, dude, even though Trump sucks so bad, he's still better than all the alternatives. Like, President Trump is still a million times better than President Biden, Kamala Harris, Hillary, or whoever else they had to go against. And so this stupid fuck is the best we got. He did absolutely nothing. And now 4 years later, he's getting his just desserts. Oh yeah, sure, you can try calling Leo, though I doubt he wants to come on. But yeah, so, and the thing is, this is just desserts. Oh, okay, sure. Sure, Jeff, then here, I'll add you to the stream. I can't...
Alright.
Okay, there, yeah. Hey Jeff, been? It's been a while, man, eh?
It's been a time. So, what's happened?
Basically, I've been so fucking pissed off that I decided, you know what? I'm doing another stream because I just can't take it anymore. It's just too much.
I understand it. Yeah, it's been a bit grating in my opinion as well.
So if you notice, I changed my profile picture. I think this one reflects my current mindset much more accurately than the previous one.
I'm using the face of Revolution. I don't remember his real name. Gutex PogChamp.
Oh, PogChamp. Yeah, I heard he got banned off Twitter or something. Oh, Twitch. Is that what happened?
No, he supported the protests. Therefore, every picture of him, every little JPEG of him was removed off Twitch. So it didn't encourage Zoomers to support it.
Yeah, it's literally the New World Order socialist revolution we're undergoing right now.
Yeah, it is a bit spooky, but I'm optimistic because they're really stupid. Like you don't like with the coordination of their action, and all they had to do was like wait 8 more years, and they would have won without doing anything. But they fucked themselves. And although it looks bad right now, they've really kind of just fucked themselves.
That's what you think, but honestly, from what I see, people are way too optimistic. They don't realize the severity of what's happening right now.
No, it is very severe, but it was always going to get bad before anything happened.
Yeah, so what annoys me is because everybody else, all the commentators, they're still, for some fucking reason, holding up to hope. Like, the typical ones like Sargon, Styx, Hex, and Hammer, even Razorfist, who's known to be a bit more black-pilled. They're still thinking, that you can have political solutions, that, that there is a future after this. But,
yeah, I don't know.
Because something we have learned, okay, at least according to Trump, I have to be careful of what words I'm using here, of course. But let's say...
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I know it doesn't really matter, but no, it does matter in some sense because I do not want to be placed into a gulag. Like, I know I'm in Canada, so it's probably not as bad. But I don't want anything to be used against me, which is why I deleted everything online. Because if they find fucking anything, they will use it as evidence. They're doing a crackdown right now of political opponents. And of course, even though I'm not one of those people, I'm a libertarian for fuck's sake. But in the future, I'm pretty sure libertarians are going to be called fascists who need to be thrown in prison.
You're right. Right now is the first step. You have a lot of time. I just wouldn't be worried about it right now, for you personally. But it is definitely the old what is it, anti-Nazi. At first they came, and then there was no one left to speak for me. That's definitely the start of that.
Yeah, so I'm seeing libertarians eventually being on the chopping block, especially here in Canada. Because in Canada, being a libertarian is a pretty extremist position. So I'm just doing it out of personal safety. And so, okay, so let's say the election, it was a controlled election. You know, the elections were controlled to be nice and fair and perfectly good and very representative of what the higher ups want. And so this was a controlled election. And why do people think that future elections are going to be any less controlled? Because people say, oh, Trump should just run in 2024. Are you fucking kidding me? You think if they controlled this one, they're not going to control the next one as well?
Even the vote cheating aside, like that's a whole thing. It doesn't even matter about the vote cheating. It matters as they exerted trillions of dollars of influence over the supple, brain dead minds of people watching television using social media because they don't know any better and they've never read a book in their lives. So like they already won the election through that, even if they didn't cheat. Although I think they had to cheat anyways.
Oh, and people in chat complaining I'm still a libertarian. Of course I'm fucking am, because I'm not an idiot. Because this is really what annoys me about authoritarians, especially the fascists. They say, dude, all you have to do is just get my guy in charge, and then everything will work. Okay, so here's the thing. You know, your guy is not you. You and your guy, even if he is, let's say, that your dictator incarnate, you're gonna have disagreements. And then that guy is gonna ban whatever you don't like, and he's gonna fuck you over. Or let's say that guy to finally get you in power, let's say he dies and somebody else becomes that guy.
Yeah, it is a bad idea. Like the government, it's just going to start purity spiraling. First, it's the people on Capitol Hill, and then it'll be like any mildly edgy gun owners. Like they'll start trying to like peck away at the militia people, and then they'll start going over their ideological opponents. But I don't think they have the critical mass. The problem is they don't own the police or military. That was their problem in early 2020. It remains their problem. Any fast pathway towards this sort of ideological Soviet style nonsense is a doom for them because they don't own the police and military. Like that column would revolt when pushed enough.
Yeah, you're right. They're not going to be able to do a hostile takeover, that's not the strategy they went for. That's why they're going for this slow and insidious pathway, which they're actually succeeding with quite well. Because at the moment, all the institutions, you know, all the education, all the governments, and actually the police and everybody else are upholding the status quo. And the status quo, of course, is leaning leftist and socialist. So that is their plan, and it's working quite well.
Yeah, but do you really think that the events on the Capitol engendered the sympathy of any policeman or military at all?
Maybe a bit, but people are greatly
No.
overrating the amount.
No. What I'm saying is for the system, for the feds. Do you think that any police officer in this country or rank and file military men saw what happened in the Capitol and said, "Yeah, I'm on board with the federal government"?
Actually, probably yes, but it depends on which way you're looking at it. Because at least for the establishment, most police officers don't give a shit. Like they just follow instructions. I think even
Of
now,
course.
yeah, even now they're just thinking, okay, good, we killed that fascist protester. You know that lady? Man, she was so dangerous going through that window.
That was a Secret Service officer who shot her, but yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not seeing anything. Like, people say that people are gonna rise up. That's not happening, dude. There is no interest. Like, it's coming close there. Okay, here's one thing people do get right. Right now, the environment is getting ready for change to actually happen. Because this is something we talked about before, but people will not act. They will not take up their, I don't want to say take up arms, but because they take their two arms and do things with them, unless their livelihoods are in danger. And right now,
Are their livelihoods not in danger? It's not a large swath of the population being crushed by the lockdowns and losing their jobs.
Exactly right. Yeah, so that's why. So right now, it's a manufactured controversy, manufactured crisis. Because of it, well, obviously they try to use it to get reforms in that they wanted, which is actually largely economic in nature. I actually studied a lot of economics. And by the way, actually, Jeff, in the meantime, I've learned about Austrian economics, so now I actually know that I do agree with the Austrians about pretty much everything. So if you ever wanted to know
Okay.
that. But anyway, so lots of the reforms they want to do are economic in nature, and the way they plan to do it is through this crisis. Because, as they say, you can never let a good crisis go to waste. And every time there's been a major depression or anything of the sort, they've managed to get through massive legislation changes. For example, the New Deal, and of course the Green New Deal and everything else. That's what they want to do right now.
Yeah, and they're definitely I think UBI or like something akin to it. It's their main goal is to batter people over the head long enough to, or I guess they're trying to, they're even pedaling back because they feel they can, and they're going to do minimum wage now. Maybe a mix of both. Who knows?
And people asking if I read books. Well, again, I still hate books, but I did read Hoppe's, the god that the god that what? How does it? What's the title again? The god that did something. The god that failed. Yeah, that's the one. Democracy, the god that failed. That's how it's called. Uh, Anyway, it's mostly kind of really dull. Like the beginning section is the most interesting one, but also I completely disagree with him. But the rest of it is just pretty much very plain libertarian, Austrian economic theory, which is not that interesting. And his theory about monarchy and saying, don't you know monarchy is free market government? And I'm like, no, sorry, dude, I don't agree with that one. Send Discord link.
I mean, technically, yeah.
Well, it depends how you think about it, because once you start,
if the king technically owns the country, then yeah.
Yeah, but
it's then, just like delineated.
Yeah, but then that asks the question of whether, for example, slavery is justified under free market capitalism, and not in my interpretation. Like,
I don't really care. I don't think capitalism, or I don't think an economic system matters. It's a cooperative game played by people.
But anyway, I think we're getting distracted. This is not about economics,
power, politics matters.
Like, the economic changes, the point is they want to get more power and they want to create the new world order. That's why they manufactured the disease, or I guess the crisis around the disease. That's the whole point. It's to make you powerless, to take away your job, to take away your freedom, and break you mentally, and get changes through in legislation in order to create all the changes that they want.
I think it did succeed in breaking my family mentally, because they are habitual TV watchers, and then they just ratcheted up the rhetoric this year to like 11, and they've just been watching it all year, and so they're fully religious fanatics now in terms of like the neoliberal Kool-Aid.
Yeah, but of course the main point is economics, because people are losing their livelihood, so which means that because of this environment they're also ready to rebel and actually start shit up. So change might actually happen, but it will not happen from Trump. It will not happen from politicians. The politicians are not on your side. Politicians are your enemies. The people might do something, but it's still far off. Judging by the reaction to the protests at the Capitol Hill, it's not there yet, but it might happen fairly soon, like within the next 2 years probably, I would guess. So that's the one single upside that I'm seeing. But besides that, it's just all shit all the way down. And fucking Trump, dude, I'm so annoyed with Trump. Because right now, how could he not see this coming? Like, I actually think he's a genuine retard. Or a liar, or one of those two.
No, probably. He's a selfish idiot, and I just don't know how much of it's incompetence and how much he thought that okay, I can like compromise with these people, because obviously that's what he's trying to do with his exit speech. He's saying, okay, I screwed up. You guys don't throw me in jail now, and they're probably going to throw him in jail anyways. I don't know. But I don't hate Trump, because even if he was a complete retard, he revealed the face of the oligarchy to the world. You can, unless a person is a dyed-in-the-wool, brain-dead, religious fanatic, you cannot say the United States is not a blatant oligarchy. Every European, every person in Asia that's like read and like keeps up on the news, the U.S. revealed itself as an oligarchy on the 6th.
Yeah, but even then, we already knew this, and people are not reacting as harshly as you'd think. They still don't care. Like, it was obvious as soon as you saw the election results and all what the courts went through. Oh no, holy shit, the courts. Man, that's something else, too. They really tell you that you are a peon, you have no power, we will choose everything for you, the Constitution doesn't mean anything.
I mean, it hasn't meant anything. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, obviously, we who live on the North American continent know that like we live in a goofy, shitty oligarchy for decades now. But the people abroad, they have these delusions about us being this democratic like stronghold. But I think almost any intellectual abroad who isn't drinking the Kool-Aid can plainly see that there's nothing democratic going on.
Yeah, and so right now what's happening is that Twitter actually banned Trump, and actually every site on the internet is now banning him. The only ones that are left, he's running to the typical, the right wing safe spaces like Gab, the new one Parler.
Parlor,
Yeah,
yeah.
Parler, which also got banned from the App Store, by the way. Just happened as soon as Donald Trump joined there. They got like a 5 minutes of warning by by Apple and Google.
I mean, it's a private platform. They're allowed to do it, and they're also allowed to collude with dozens of other private platforms and the federal government, and it's still allowed.
Okay, I want to clarify something right now. I get saying like, dude, this is just free market stuff. The problem is
Yeah,
it's
nothing free or market about what's going on.
And I'll tell you the actual real hurdle to making your own systems. It doesn't work because of the banking sector and the ISPs. These are
Yeah.
both very integrated with the government and the regulators, and you just can't do shit.
Well,
Uh,
one interesting thought I had is if Parlor becomes like the only game in town and they get banned off their ISP, uh, I think China would love to host Parlor because it would be a huge propaganda win for them. They could parade it around and say they're hosting the free speech of the oppressed and degenerate Americans.
yeah, honestly, that's far more likely. I've actually heard it said a while ago that the most free speech platforms on the internet are gonna be, controlled by China and other foreign countries, because their big centralized infrastructure doesn't follow American interests. It follows their own. It's just like RT, the Russian Times. They're actually a pretty good news network because they serve the Russian interests.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean, yeah.
they give you a different viewpoint.
I would say that it's not like the Chinese and Russian governments are moral governments by any means, but the lies they make their populace say are less unpalatable than the things you have to say to be considered sociable in this fucking shithole.
Yeah, it's because their lies are different than the lies that are wanted by governments here. So therefore, conservatives, for example, have a voice there, especially if you want, monarchy and even, the ones, the Nat socks and everything else, because it's, by some arguments, that is what China is. So of course they're not really gonna uh, tie you down for that one. But so yeah, so Trump got banned from that, and I'm wondering, what did you think was gonna happen? Like as soon as they realized that, I guess his attempted coup, so quote unquote, in quotation marks, as soon as they realized that he even told him to go home, like holy shit, that was so infuriating. Like especially since he motivated his fan base to actually do a protest and go there, and he turned on the people who were most loyal to him. That's what really makes me angry. Is
Well, what do
that
you? I read an article by Moldbug about what happened, and he basically laid out like even imagine that like some crack team of Navy SEAL Trumpers like went in there and they held the Capitol building, and then Trump marched in. He said, "Okay, I'm establishing the new Trump government," which is what the liberals wanted to happen in their mind, the fantasy that is justifying their nonsense. Even if they did that, it didn't matter. It doesn't change like the structures of power and like the sheer quantity of people and money and all these other things going on about where the government is. Like Donald Trump could not physically overthrow the United States government.
Yeah, but of course, some people think, especially the K-tards, they trust the plan. He's still gonna do it. Wait for the
Q-tards,
storm.
yeah.
No,
Trump,
no, I'm saying
the,
K because I think it's one of the new censored words on here. They might go after you if you
the
say.
letter.
Yeah, yes,
Uh,
the letter, yes.
all next generation Star Trek Next Generation clips are going to get censored because of Trump boomers.
Yeah, because it has a character named Q in it.
Yeah.
No, but that's something I heard. So yeah, especially the K-tard. That's the thing. The K-tards actually still believe in it. They still think there's a chance. On the 20th, a miracle is gonna happen. Like I went to the Donald. They have their own website now, and people there still have hope. And holy shit, it's just so sad. It's so sad. Like, what are you doing? Like, how deluded can you be? It's something else. I just cannot get it. Like, even at this rate, I think even when the 20th comes by and Trump leaves office, humiliated and destroyed, and probably they're going to prosecute him, by the way. I think they want to
Oh
arrest him.
yeah, yeah. I mean, how else they have to prosecute him, or else all of their legal philandering would be revealed as nonsense within like a couple of years, once like the court cases actually went through. So they have to make a big symbolic arrest of Trump, in order to sort of finish their abortion of justice. Not that this country's had justice for a long time. I mean, there's just bankers and other shitlords getting off freely while the little man gets fucked. But they, in order to sort of justify their Soviet realignment of law, they have to arrest Trump, and I think they will.
People saying that Donald has a website now. Yeah, because they were kicked off Reddit. There are no conservative subreddits anymore. It's gone. So they have to make their own websites now. And you're right. People were doom posting a little bit yesterday, but ever since then, no, they've gone way back up. They're up to their typical thing, typical Q-tards.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the thing. I mean, I guess you might be upset because you're like paranoid about getting banned. I don't think. I think if it comes to that, I have bigger problems. I don't really care. Uh, like a military junta in the United States is not unlikely, given the political situation if things get bad. And will Trump lead that military junta? I don't think so.
No, Trump is not going to do anything, dude. He's done. He's fucking done.
Trump is leaving on the 20th, and then the oligarchs are going to do their shit, and I guess judging from like the past couple days, they have like a big laundry list, and they're going to try to push things through extremely fast, and that's going to cause a lot of pain. And then the progressives, they're not going to give enough ammo to the progressives. Like once say 2022 comes around, and there's not like major like actual leftist reform, like the progressives are going to revolt. Antifa will be back in the streets, and so you'll have this whole thing falling apart, and the Congress will be completely illegitimate, and the only institution in America which has any public approval is the military, and they'll just take over. I don't know what section of the military exactly, but they'll do that as America cannibalizes itself for these policies and retreats from the global stage.
Yeah, that's something I agree with. There is actually a real chance of that kind of action, of actual, physical, possibly military action taking place soon, because the conditions are ripening up for it. So don't think it's some far dream. It might occur.
No.
But it's not going to be nice. It's going to be quite painful. Like, it means...
No, it's definitely going to get worse.
It means conditions are going to get really bad. Because that's a thing. Like, Weimar Germany, the reason why they underwent a revolution, why that condition allowed that change, is because the interim government was fucking incompetent. It destroyed the country. The hyperinflation, the stupid decisions they made. And that's what's going to need to happen in America and everywhere else.
Well, I mean, if we've already seen immense inflation this year. You look at the fucking stock market, like that's not price discovery, that's inflation.
Yeah, that's huge bubble, enormous bubble. Yeah,
that's what happens when you give everybody like $600 and other shit and other free money. And then since they're doing more helicopter money, the inflation's going to continue until that bubble bursts. And when that does, woo, look out below.
Yeah, if there's going to be a big thing all at once, like a new Great Depression, there might actually be revolutions around the globe. So that'll be an interesting time. I think it'll be okay here because we're really boring here in Canada, so I don't think there'll be any revolution. It'll take a lot to break these people, but it's also possible eventually. Somebody mentioned Styx, Hex and Hammer. I fucking hate that guy so much. Because
he had some moderate take on it.
Yeah, because he's still so naive. He doesn't get it. He doesn't get where this is going. Like people saying, oh, he predicts a red wave. What fucking red wave? You think there's going to be like fair elections in the future? So
you think people are going to vote for the GOP after they basically shit on their most loyal supporters on the 6th, and they all got on Twitter 20 minutes after the fact and called them terrorists? No, the GOP is dead. The old guard Republicans are dead. They have no political capital, no future.
Yeah, like, why would you vote for the Republicans? Like, what did they do that's good? Did they make any changes that actually, like, supported you? Like, okay, I'll give you the one good thing that Trump and the Republicans did in these 4 years, and that is not declare any new wars. If that is the standard for what good governance is, like, holy shit, dude, there is something fucked up with the world. But that's the only good thing that Trump did. Besides that, like, he didn't do anything. Like, maybe tax cuts? But who gives a shit? The deficit still grew like crazy. Like, he changed trade deals to be the same thing but worded differently. He antagonized China. So wow, what amazing accomplishment! What great changes! Like holy shit!
I mean, Donald Trump at any time through his stay in office could have castrated the tech companies at any point. He could have done
Yeah,
it with a
and in fact he
simple
warned
executive
people.
order.
He threatened them that he would do it, and he never did. That's so
Yes,
annoying.
and they fucked him in the ass all 4 years, and he let them do it. Maybe they threatened his family. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe he's just fucking retarded. It doesn't matter. I don't think it really matters what the answer is.
Wait, I might actually be able to get somebody else on here. I'll see, but just everything is so annoying. And actually, I want you to step back and realize just how crazy it is. The lockdown, the people accepted it. Is that
Oh yeah,
in
yeah.
order to save some 80-year-olds? Because literally, this thing only kills like
Yeah,
65 and over.
nobody can fucking count. Nobody like you look at a total mortality for this year. Nobody can fucking count.
And so in order to save some 65 and over year olds, they shut down the entire country. They took away your job. They took away your entertainment. They took away your ability to hold public gatherings.
Socialize and
Yeah, socialize and have friends. I heard like depression rates among teenagers are like 25% or something crazy like that now. So they're ruining the lives of your children, and they're just taking it. You know, I guess because it's still not that bad.
uh, I think it almost developed unless you want to get into true schizo posting and saying that like they are collaborating with the Chinese government to do all this shit. I think they didn't expect the Western world to roll over so easily, and then when they did, they're like, well, you could just do this the whole year, and they did.
And the actual plan, of course, I said before, is to implement a new world order. Specifically, I've been following lots of nice economists, like George Gammon on YouTube. He's great. I suggest follow him. He's amazing. Basically he demonstrates monetary theory, how the banks work, how the Federal Reserve, and everywhere else. And it's a really good explanation. But according to people like him, the main idea is that the U.S. and other countries want to implement a digital currency. And if you do implement one, it allows lots of really draconian measures. For example, you could make a currency that has an expiry date. Say, okay, here you get paid for $10. If you don't spend it by next week, it gets fucked off. Or let's say if you get a bad social credit score, they take away your money. Or depending on
Yeah,
social credit.
you say the baddie boo boo word, and then the algorithm tracks you down, and you get past a certain threshold, and then they just take all your money away. And then you get in your self driving car to go somewhere, and they suicide you into a telephone pole. The future's great.
Yeah, the thing is, this is not some kind of conspiracy theory. This is actually something they want to implement. There's legislation for it. Like, they already proposed it to Congress. I think it was actually around January it's supposed to pass. But they do want to introduce a digital dollar, and these are the kind of effects they can have. You'll have your Fed coins, so the Bitcoins, you'll have Fed coin, which can be taken
So
away.
one thing ancap is that well, if there's no if the left and right are particularly pacified, and all these technological things are implemented, I think Ted might get his wish. I think Ted posters might tear it all down.
Which Ted? Ted Cruz?
No, Ted Kaczynski.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, I think if technology hurts people enough, like mentally, like that crosses all political boundaries. And if they get desperate enough, they'll just they'll go.
Yeah, and the Great Reset is still considered a conspiracy theory, even though the royal family uploaded a video supporting it. You can go on the World Economic Forum. They literally talk about it. They tell you.
At this point, they're just doing like Soviet style gaslighting, and I don't know. I don't really know the point.
And it's here in Canada. Nobody cares. Nobody even follows this stuff. They think it's a good thing that Trump actually got removed from office because he's rude.
Yeah, of course.
Because he's rude.
Because he's rude, and then they voted for more imperialist wars and dead brown children and blowing off the limbs of like random people in mud huts because Donald Trump said some bad things, and then they pat themselves on the back and they sleep at night.
And Bitcoin. Actually, I do have some Bitcoins. Not as much as I should have, but it fucking exploded, dude. It's worth so much now.
I missed the train because I speculated in like 2019 and I lost it. I'm like, whatever, and then I didn't get back in, so I get fucked, I guess.
And according to current trends, it'll actually will moon. That's what I think because
I think
central
it's already mooned.
it's already mooned, but it's gonna moon even more. Because why? Because I actually really think it's gonna replace the actual central currencies by governments. Because what we're seeing right now is how incompetent they are at handling finance.
There will be, well, I mean, once the bubble crashes and we see a true price correction of like the whole global economy, then I'll tell you how much it's worth. But right now, I don't think the current price of Bitcoin is any meaningful relation to wealth.
Yeah, because right now it's all based on confidence, and people are thinking, "Holy shit, the U.S. like the Capitol is burning, the president is getting ousted."
Because
Yeah,
imagine there's a market crash, everyone tries to sell their Bitcoin, and considering how clunky it is to cash out of Bitcoin most of the time,
but that's the thing. You're right. It is clunky and it's inefficient and not that cheap
and you
either.
have, and like the tax is like annoying as fuck as well.
But it's still much better than gold because it's much easier to buy things online right
Yeah,
now. Yeah,
it's much
than
easier to it's still easier to buy and sell than gold.
and that's the upside. So if there is a crash and the gold coins and everything else, as soon as assuming there is infrastructure for the internet, which there probably will be, by the way, this idea it's going to go full Mad Max and there's nothing at all, just barren wasteland. That's pretty much non-existent. There will still be things around. So in that case, Bitcoin actually would be far better to have than gold pieces because it's far more practical. But it's just a demonstration of just how little confidence the market at large has about the current events. There's so much that the Bitcoin is ballooned to crazy amounts right now. It's actually insane. But I remember, I'm pretty sure I advocated for it way back, a few years ago, when I said Bitcoin is great, guys. And yeah, I was right. I'm always right. I fucking hate being right.
If you didn't buy enough Bitcoin, you don't even have a single Bitcoin to your name.
No, I have like a bit. So it probably went up like 150% or something, but I didn't buy as much as I could because back then I was pretty poor. Now I have some money to invest, but of course now it's not the best time for
Now
it.
it's too late. Yeah.
Although honestly, the way things are going, I probably will transfer all my funds into Bitcoin just so it won't lose value. Because
Yeah, the dollar is fucked. So yeah,
yeah, that was gonna be fucked.
don't
So
be into dollar or Canadian dollar.
you have different choices. You have a Bitcoin, or you could invest in something else. Of course, not the fucking stock market. Don't do that one. Holy shit, dude! It's such a major bubble. You can lose everything. It's gonna make the Great Depression and the stock market crash back then look like a fucking joke. So my suggestion is not do that. But you could do real estate, but it might be the same thing because when people start selling their homes because they're running out of money, that might also crash. But it's still a better idea than dollars because it's physical. It has some value.
I don't remember what day exactly the mass evictions are supposed to start. I thought that was like this week or next week.
Oh yeah, that's gonna happen too because this economic things they're doing is so fucking stupid, dude. Like rent holidays, like what? Oh man, but that's the kind of world we live in now. Everything it's clown world. It's actually gone upside down. Nothing makes sense anymore. And
Don't you yearn, ancap, for the days where we were talking about gay internet drama?
oh yeah, fucking internet drama. Everybody got
Don't you
got
think
banned.
those days were better and more peaceful than now?
Oh, I hated it. I thought, but remember when people thought that had a future? That you'd have like a blood sports network?
Yeah.
Like, oh man, the ideas people had back then. And turns out it was just all like it was Jim's master plan. It's he wanted to make his own corner of the internet where people just shit talk each other. That's all it turned out to be.
Sargon won, by the way.
Oh, I guess so because he's still around and he's still quite
He's still
popular.
around, and people were carrying the Kekistani flag into the Capitol building, so I guess he won.
Oh, and remember that time that Sargon actually killed UKIP? Like, in case Chad doesn't know, there was one time when Sargon decided, you know
Yeah.
what? I'm not gonna be an internet guy anymore. I'm gonna go out and become a real politician. I'm gonna join a real political party in Britain and gonna make some real political changes. So he joins UKIP, the United Kingdom Independence Party, and he dies. Like it fucking gets obliterated. Like no seats, no anybody. He kills the party pretty much single-handedly. And like, oh my god, it was embarrassing. That was really something else. But now the clown world is not with these stupid internet dramas. Now it's actual problems.
Now the internet drama looks like child's play. Well, I mean, it was always children's autistic screeching, but now it especially looks fucking juvenile.
Like on YouTube, you can't do political content anymore, which is one of the reasons why I shut off the channel. Because you're just gonna be pushed off. And even if you don't get pushed off, you're gonna have to sanitize yourself to an extent
Yeah.
where you just can't say anything. That's how
What
all
what I
the
was gonna do was I was gonna close up shop and then I was gonna open up some Substack blogs when I get closer to finishing my book, which I need to fucking finish, but I'm too distracted by all this stupid gay shit going on.
yeah. And I've actually been working on my fucking visual novel. I'm working on it. There's even
Oh boy,
there's a demo out. I'm not linking it because you guys are gonna shitpost on it, so that's a secret for now. But
oh boy.
it should be wonderful. It'll be Kino. It'll be like a wonderful work of art. That's what I'm working on.
Nice.
As you can tell by my new icon, so I've worked on my art skills. I could do a lot better than this, but still, that's what I've been doing in the meanwhile. Because I've had lots of free time because I'm actually on EI now. Luckily, the government gibs are still here, so I'm still getting the money from them. So I'm satisfied with the lockdowns, and I don't care about social interaction anyway, so I never missed it. But so for me, it's doing quite well. But eventually, I'll probably have to look for a real job again because the place where I worked had to still close due to the lockdowns.
Yeah. Uh, well, I mean, I guess we covered most things.
Uh, yeah, I guess. I wonder what everybody else is doing. Well, I don't know. I guess Dio still got banned or does whatever. I haven't talked to
Uh,
him.
Dio had his own little channel, and I occasionally popped in, but most of the time, no offense, Dio, but the shows were complete garbage. And then like Leo and I have bantered a bit on random shows, and then obviously on Dio's show. And then Leo's the same old. You
Okay,
can rely
that's
on
good to
him for
hear.
his Christ content.
Yeah, that's good to hear. I guess I can talk a bit, but whatever. What does chat want me to talk about? Because lots of things happen. There's lots of been changes. I can also just keep whining about Trump even more. Like honestly, he just pissed me off so much.
I don't know what you expected, man. The guy was a Manhattan. I never cared about Trump. I just cared about the people following him. I mean, I like when the people were storming the Capitol. I thought that was just like that's really cool and libertarian and American. And like and I don't even think a lot of the people who had the gumption to get into the actual building were like all that caring that much about Trump and just were the libertarian types.
People are saying, people are of course asking me about dumb internet drama about Ralph's fall from grace. Like, oh shit, Ralph from Ralph Retort, because we're such good friends. I cared about him so much. He was such a great guy with his whoever's tiny penis and whatever else, because I really followed lots of that. Actually, no, he's kind of related because I like anime, so I used to watch anime reviews on YouTube, and pretty much all the anime reviewers have gone full. I'm not sure if I can use the word, but full
Cuckold.
change. No, the full they changed. They're going through the changes into another gender. So the
Oh,
changers. So one YouTuber I liked, kind of liked. It's kind of embarrassing to admit it now, but Digibro, he became a changer.
a changeling.
Yeah, changeling.
A changeling from
yeah,
1982. The thing.
he became a changeling. Changeling, yes. So he became a changeling. So his girlfriend dumped him, and she became Ralph's girlfriend. So right now, Ralph is dating DJ Bro Sloppy Seconds.
That is based lore. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so that's as much as I know about Ralph. Right now he's dating DJ Bro Sloppy Seconds, which is really embarrassing. So that's my opinion about Ralph. Like I never cared much about him. I'm guessing he's still doing his show, but
Ancap. There's no point in optics cucking.
am I optics cucking? Like in what sense?
All your shit, so all the shit you said is already like recorded in a database somewhere. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. You meant about the past stuff I said. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm saying if it gets to the point that random blow schmoes like me and you are getting fucking gulagged, it's already over.
Yeah, the point is just to make it harder to find. Because of course,
Sure.
if they're dedicated, they probably already have my stuff backed up. But right now, you're gonna have a hard time finding it because who the fuck backed up our stuff? I mean, come on, really now. So as long as it's difficult enough to not be likely to happen, then I'm satisfied. Okay, I'm not like ultra paranoid because I don't use a VPN, by the way. Because if
Yeah.
So I'm not that level, but I'm quite reasonably, very cautiously, not optimistic, but pessimistic or realistic. So I'm being very cautious right now.
Someone in chat asked if I watched the Overcautious Hero. I watched a few episodes, and then the joke got old, and I stopped watching it. But the first few episodes are funny.
Oh, I also watched some cartoons which were apparently really deep and awesome, like a BoJack Horseman. I actually even thought about making a video about BoJack Horseman because I never got why people liked it so much. When it's actually really super degenerate and it's very bad. Well, very bad. I need a better description than that. But basically, it's toxic. It encourages very bad and undeterminable behavior.
What show is toxic?
BoJack Horseman.
I'm not familiar.
Oh, it's about basically this horse guy, but he's just a regular former actor. He used to be really successful, but then he became old and became decadent and became a really shit person who hurts everybody around him. And then so he goes on these adventures where he hurts all his friends and acts like a shit person. That's basically it. There's Carnivore here. You have a mic? Well, whatever.
Carnivore doesn't have a mic. I don't know why you invited him.
I didn't. No, I just put it publicly. I guess he came. Okay,
No,
if
he
it
has a
doesn't.
mic. I guess.
Okay, if
I
it
don't know
doesn't
if
have
he's
a
a
mic,
music.
then no. Okay.
No, he has a mic. I forgot. I forgot it was. He does talk, but I don't know. Maybe we could drag him back. I feel bad now.
Oh,
I
okay.
was mistaking him for someone else.
Any thoughts on the new Higurashi anime? It's actually finally getting interesting. So the problem is for
Just read the books.
read the book. I
Just
actually read the VNs because I am a visual novel guy. But yeah, it's a rehash. Problem is because they advertised it as a remake, so the vast majority of the runtime is basically 99% the same as before, except 5 minutes of new content at the end. But now finally it got into new content, and now it's interesting again. But it's really a waste of time. But that's a problem with the author. He really likes wasting time. Carnivore, you don't have a fucking mic on. What the hell? Like, what are you doing? You're ruining everything. I should just kick you. I should just kick you right now. Nah, nah, whatever. I wonder if the mic works when he's not added. It's just here on the side. I don't know. But
who
that's the problem
knows?
with carnivores. New Higurashi anime looks pretty. It's by the same people that did the Monogatari anime. The one. So it's the same character designer, probably for advertising. But yeah, that's my opinion about it. It might be good eventually, but right now it's so-so. It has an upsides, but unless you're already a fan of the series, you're not going to be interested in it very much.
There was one decent Chinese cartoon I watched last year. That was Decadence. It
Oh,
was like
Decadence. Right, Decadence.
Decadence. That
Yeah.
was a good show.
I haven't watched
But
it, but I saw threads, yeah.
you should watch it. It just plays a really like high concept sci-fi concept straight, and that's really refreshing.
I'm a visual novel guy. I'm so disappointed Trump 2021 is gonna be rough on you, bro. Why is Trump gonna ban anime? He's gonna ban visual novels? Because last I checked, they're actually doing quite well lately. Lots of them on Steam, and lots of new indie visual novels coming out, or at least inspired by it. Jeff, there's lots of noise in the background. Something's happening there.
Yeah, I'm just shifting my chair.
Okay, let's try Carnivore again. There you go. I'm giving you another chance. Try talking. See if it works. No, no, it's not working. Phone posting. Oh, maybe that's why. You have to like enable it, I think, or something. But yeah, it's not working. It's better than Outbreak. So I wanted to talk. I guess I haven't gotten really the Trump stuff out of my system because like out of all the YouTubers that talked about it, they don't get the extent of how done he is. Like there's only one guy who actually got it right, and that's Black Pill, Devin Stack. I actually recommend following him. He has pretty good analysis of old movies. Basically, he says just how cucked they are and how they were always propaganda. Like even Die Hard has some elements of propaganda in it, because they had the whole thing where I think it was this strong women, the black nerd and everything else, and it's pretty informative. So he has a good channel, but he actually gets it because he gets how bad things are. Because of course his name is Blackpilled of the channel, but he's the only one that's realistic. And like Sargon still has hope, but then again he's a UK tard. Same thing like Academic Agent is another guy I watched because he has some interesting economics video, but he's also still delusional. He still thinks there's hope. Like don't have hope. Like there's not gonna be any political solutions. And I don't get people who say go out and vote and change things. Like, you're not gonna vote your guy in power. That's not gonna happen. There's one upside to voting, and that is that it's gonna make their cheating all the more obvious. So it's gonna wake more people up.
So
So
here's the only question I have about Trump. It's So we've had elections in this country of like what, like it was Bush Gore, Bush, Bush Kerry, Bush Gore. I'm forgetting now. Obama, Mitt Romney, Obama. Who is the second time against Obama? Obama McCain.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all those years, right?
All that
Yeah.
I remember, like I haven't followed these that closely for that long, so.
All of those people are on the same side. So they're all for the oligarchy. They all want like wars and blowing people up and corporate welfare and all the shit.
Yeah, shit. I mean,
Uh,
look at Mitt Romney right now. He's practically a Democrat. He's no different
yeah.
from yeah.
So the question is for Trump. The only real question is, was him winning an accident, or did they run with it and then say, okay, we're going to use him as an effigy to accelerate our plans? Because that's what they did in the media. They basically built a straw man of Trump and then used him as some sort of like evil overlord to mind fuck all the retarded people who don't read books into some sort of frenzy, and it worked pretty well.
No, it was definitely an
On
accident. They didn't plan for Trump to win because you can see just how Hillary and everybody else reacted and the meltdown that all the leftists had. It was an accident, and then
Okay, all right.
yeah,
So it was an accident, and then they played it extremely well by their standards, I guess.
yeah, they managed to neuter him and prevent him from doing anything impactful. Because
But I think he neutered himself in this case. He didn't really. He his real convictions were lacking in comparison to anything he said on the campaign trail.
I'm so disappointed with that because the one expectation I had, it wasn't very much, it was for him to do what he said he would do. That's literally it. If he did what he said he would on the campaign trail, he would have been the best president America had ever had. And he couldn't do that, He just had to like do nothing, just sit around and wait. But I get why. Most likely they threatened his family. They said, if you're gonna do this, like capiche, it's done. And so he had no choice because he has a dynasty, he has connections, and he has people he has to protect. And honestly, that is my advice to you people as well, the ones who are watching. You have a
Oh
choice to
yeah,
make.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, leaked emails did come out, or they've been out for a while. But leaked emails came out between Pence and Ryan trying to broker the RNC convention away from Trump. So it was a mistake.
Yeah, and they thought that he was going to lose. They didn't expect people to actually vote for him. And this
Yeah.
time, the difference is in 2020, they were prepared. Because they controlled the election to a large enough extent that he was not going to be allowed to win.
And so I guess another question is how much of the last 4 years of pill polling was a tantrum and how much of it was measured? And I guess another question is, does it matter if it was a tantrum?
Do you mean on Trump's behalf or
No, on the oligarchy in general. Like, because it was the oligarchy definitely threw a tantrum. That's what this was.
like they were definitely very angry about him. And again, they did damage control, they limited him, they neutered him, but he was still their enemy, even though he was compromised to an extent. That's why they're going so hard on him right now, because even though he's not an extremist, he didn't achieve anything at all. He gave the impression of going against the establishment. That it was his crime, and the potential was bad enough to go full ham and destroy everything relating to him.
Well, they were willing to let him go before the Capitol event, um, but the Capitol event embarrassed them and also hurt their little culty religious feelings, and so now they're out for blood. They want his head.
Well, what I think happened is that they didn't want to let him go, but they were waiting because they thought that there was a real chance of a coup happening on that day. It's not a coincidence. It
Really?
only, yeah, that's what I think. Like it wasn't a high chance, but they wanted to see what would happen. They wanted to see like whether this capital stuff,
There's no chance of a coup.
an attempted coup at least, because there are people, especially on the K side, who thought the storm was going to
Yeah,
happen
but
that day.
that has nothing to do with like the random boomers like in the going to the speech. That's the military. If there was a coup, there wouldn't have been. It would have been over if in a couple hours. It wouldn't have been a bunch of boomers milling about.
Because at the very least, Trump hoped for something of the like. Because he hoped, first of all, for the courts to do their job. That didn't work. And then when that wasn't an option, he thought about, base Pence saving the day. Remember when that people thought that was going to be a thing? And
Oh yeah.
when base Pence wasn't the plan, that didn't work out. He decided, okay, the base fan base, the base people will go forth and do a peaceful demonstration and show people. Actually, I think I get why he did it now. Like, Trump never had any idea he's gonna change the results after the court cases got thrown out. I think he realized he was done for. The Pence stuff, that never stood a chance. But the main point of it is damage control. He did that protest. He organized it. Well, he supported it because he wanted to show people that, I'm not a loser. I went out fighting.
Yeah, I think it's a lot mostly narcissism and his ego drove a lot of his actions and goofiness.
Yeah, but the point is to not call him a cuck. He says, I'm not a cuck. Look at this. Look at all these people who marched on the Capitol for my efforts. I tried very hard, but now as a true conservative, I will do my job and lose gracefully, because that is what conservatives do. Is they lose.
Yeah.
That's their job. And he became a wonderful conservative. Hey, Mexican, still a Mexican guy. Fuck, I forgot if he went by another name. But you can join in too. I'll post another public link. If you want to. But yeah, it's just recent events are so annoying. I had to come out and vent. This is the whole purpose of this, is to just talk about how fucked up the situation is, and how other YouTubers are just not doing their jobs correctly. Yellow bug. Yeah, I guess my icon isn't much of a yellow bug now, but it's close enough. You could say it's a yellow bug. Oh yeah, SMG. That's the one. Yeah, that's the nickname that you used to go by. I forgot all that shit. How time moves on. You could pardon them at least. Pardon who? Like,
the people who got arrested by the FBI.
Oh yeah, he's not gonna do it. He's not gonna pardon them. Like, because one thing Trump made obvious is that he doesn't care about his fan base. He uses them for his own gains. That betrayal, especially, I really hate traitors, and especially the ones that are the most loyal to him. Like that day that those, I guess, on the Donald they called themselves the Patriots. So on the day the Patriots got arrested and got killed, and then Trump actually denounced it and said, "Good job for the police," or "Go home, guys, you did your job." And it's all optics. It's all PR. That's the whole purpose of that.
Someone in chat asked about Brogillard. I haven't actually read him besides a few articles talking about him, but yeah, this definitely fits his like all his year. It's pure Baudrillard. Basically his model exactly.
I'm not aware of that one, so I can't comment on it.
His most famous book is Simulation and Simulacra.
Oh, it's the Matrix people. The one that they became changers after reading that book. Changelings.
Yeah, I mean that's not the point of the book, but yeah.
Yeah, but because of that, now my idea of it is tainted, because I think, oh, they made them become changelings. So
another book that was based off of it that's actually good is American Psycho, although I guess the author is a homosexual. But at least he's like a decent guy.
But by the way, so the lockdown, actually doesn't really bother me that much, except when I have to go out for groceries and stuff, and then I have to put on the fucking mask. That I really don't like.
Yeah.
Because, dude, it doesn't do anything. The whole point of the mask is splatter protection. So unless you're coughing or, emitting particles or getting close enough to a person to actually get in their face, it's not going to make a difference.
It's a religion now, ancap. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, it's like it's a form of virtue signaling, because you have to do it to show. It's like the whole.
I read a book yesterday. What was it? It was something about like the age of neo-feudalism or something. The coming of neo-feudalism, and basically, yeah, like this was written before all the nonsense in 2020, but you could already tell the signs of this entrenched like pseudo religion gripping the minds of all of the people in this increasingly stratified hierarchical society with no upward mobility and lots of serfdom and shit.
No, you know what? We know what those masks are. They're the equivalent of those portraits of Stalin, which the people had in the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
The point is to show that you are with the regime. You support science.
The little red book. It's a little red book on your face.
It's to show them, yeah, I'm a good guy. I'm doing the right thing. That's the whole point. And it's just really fucking annoying to go everywhere with it. It's really uncomfortable.
The few times I've went out this year, I was wearing my full-on schizo gas mask because I just felt like it.
Yeah, and the only reason I put it on is because I get harassed otherwise. Like, I actually get asked to put it on. So if I didn't, then I wouldn't do it. But in lots of places in Canada are required for it. Like the library, for example, I'm pretty sure it's legally required. Lots of grocery stores even have signs outside. So you do need to do it, unless you want to become one of those people, on TikTok or whatever, goes there and they re-etch you saying, put on your mask and whatever else. I don't like attracting attention. I like being my own thing and being unharassed. I don't like people very much. So that's why this lockdown actually hasn't been that bad for me. Gave me lots of time. I could work. I could learn some Python.
What I find so hilarious about all this stuff is that in elementary school, and like in high school, they try to teach children to like think about numbers and like science and shit. And then the second they listen to some fucker on television in a suit, all that training goes out the window, and they can't count. They don't know how to read a graph. It's just I don't know.
Well, because you're not supposed to think. What school teaches you to submit to authority. You have to see what does the teacher want me to say, and you say it the right way. It's so annoying. Like, because when I was younger, I used to be really trusting. I thought, this country is pretty good. People want to do the best for me. Why would they lie? Obviously they must be telling the truth. And that's why I became, so jaded later on when I realized, holy shit, they lied about fucking everything.
They lie to the fish. Doesn't make you special.
Yeah, because I guess that's the difference between you and me, Jeff, because you said you always doubted what you were taught, but I believed it once upon a time. And so that's why I'm really, really annoyed now.
I believed in some of the platitudes, but I never believed in like the main thrust. I thought like libertarianism could work, and like the economic market meant something, and that the conflict between capitalism and communism was like the actual divide in society, like when that's not at all the case. Yeah, I used to think like that.
What did the bad man do to young me? They lied to me. Like it's really traumatic, that was lied to, and like now I'm just a shell of a man. I'm a nothing like I used to be. But now I'm a lot more clever and wise. Now I get how the world works, and of course it has its own downsides because you can't be happy anymore. You can't be optimistic, but at least you can make the correct choices. And that's the thing. People say like becoming red pilled is a bad thing, and no, it isn't. Like for some people, it can be detrimental. Like if you already function really well, if you're really rich and successful, just working the blue pilled life, then sure you can keep that up. But if you have face hardship, you're not gonna diagnose the problem, you're not gonna be able to solve it unless you learn how the world actually functions.
No, the truth is the only real guard against adversity or depression or any of these things. If you are deluded, you're at risk of getting blindsided or caught up in some stupid ideology, and being just another statistic. So if you don't study the truth, and something bad happens and your mind falls apart, it's your own fault.
Yeah, as they say, the truth will set you free. So
It
you need
does.
you need to acknowledge the truth. Embracing lies is not gonna make it any better. Okay, takes on the disease and the Great Reset. We talked about that already,
Yeah, we talked about it a good amount.
but let's say the disease as a whole, it's manufactured because it only affects a small part of the population and they apply it to everybody else because they want to control you. It's the same reason why airports are such a pain now. Because despite a minority of people, being terrorists and being a danger, they don't
So
punish the whole population.
yeah, now you have the TSA fondling your balls, and then you got to put on the mask, and then you got to get sprayed. Fucking people that fly. Oh my god!
And don't forget, you have to get your mandatory vaccine in order to get on a plane.
And they call themselves human beings, and I laugh.
Oh yeah, and the whole vaccine thing too. That's a real taste of loyalty. Because if you're gonna have this new untested vaccine, fast tracked, forget it, no quality assurance or anything. If you're loyal enough, to put on the mask and take the injection and basically get penetrated by that needle,
Yeah,
then
not even the health workers want the vaccine. Nobody, only like the religious fanatics are getting the vaccine.
yeah, they don't want to, but usually they have to because I used to be a health worker and I had to get penetrated by the fucking needle lots of times. Like it was humiliating. I hated that shit. And
And it gave you the tism.
yeah, it gave me the tism. Although no, I was autistic way before that, but maybe when I was young.
Maybe I'm onto something.
Yeah, because we do get lots of vaccines here, so maybe that's part of the problem. Cousin is currently dying of COVID, but he's really fat. Yeah, that's something I've seen. Like
I mean,
there's
it's all comorbidity. Like I think the non-comorbidity rate is super. It's like 0.02% or something if you have no pre-existing conditions.
yeah, and the thing is about old people, they're really sick. You know, they're gonna die from pretty much
Yeah,
anything.
old, fat, and smoking. And the reason so many people in America have died is because America is full of old, fat, and smokers. Like so many. The fattest country on the planet, or where it was, and maybe Mexico beat it.
Yeah, it changes all the time. I think Mexico and the U.S. can just keep swapping places, but it's usually one or two.
Yeah, so it's like one of the unhealthiest country, if not the unhealthiest country on the planet, and people are like, "Oh no, it's the other world."
Yeah. So here we go, Pledian. You can join in if somebody wants to ask us questions or give their input about this new world order we're about to enter. Uh, we can. I'm annoyed because nobody gets it. Like, why are people still optimistic? Why do they think that it's gonna be the same?
Why are they trusting the plan?
Yeah,
Or
why they're trusting the plan? Why they're trusting the politicians? They're thinking, we need to vote harder next time, and that's gonna change things. Like, okay, like let's say, what situation would that even work in? Like, how could voting change things for the better? Like, is there any politicians, for example, that is anti-lockdown? Does such a politician exist? I haven't seen any. Okay, here's
I mean, they do lip service, but there's no one. There's no like national advocates.
and like, is there anybody more extremist than Trump? Like, no, like he's the best we got, and he's a fucking cuck.
Hey,
Well,
please.
yeah. Hey, what's up, guys? Well, welcome back, ancap.
Oh yeah,
We've
good.
missed you. We've
Mm-hmm.
missed you. You're precious in our hearts.
Oh, good to hear.
I also wanted to say I work at I work in I guess you could say the health industry, but I'm just like a custodian or janitor or whatever. And I can also attest that not even my coworkers want to take the vaccine.
Yeah, I saw polls of different hospitals, and it was like only 40% of health workers want to take that shit.
Yeah, the only people that are taking it are usually the supervisors, but like being a supervisor is like you kind of have to take the Kool-Aid in order to be a supervisor. You don't have to take the Kool-Aid when you're
which is why I'm a NEET, by the way.
Yeah, that's probably the best option. I should probably go for that. But for now, I just can't wait to get fired for not taking the vaccine.
I mean, we won't know what the effects are until like when. Oh, I heard also that the vaccine is in the same state as they made the vaccine in February.
Yeah,
and it's
way too early.
They produced it, and it's been in the same exact state as it was in February, and the entire time they waited. And so, if you want to go in the schizo posting, you could say that the American government, the FDA, killed 250,000 people by delaying a vaccine that was available since February. If the vaccine was effective, all to blame it off on Trump.
Yeah,
which is hilarious.
But Trump is like playing into it right now because he's a Fauci shell, and he's shouting down just about anybody who will detest the vaccine that he wants to push out with Fauci.
Yeah, about getting fired. At least here in Canada, they can't legally force you to take vaccinations, but they can effectively do so by social shaming. So So the same thing with the flu vaccine. They can tell you, okay, it's your choice whether to take it or not, but then you have to put on the mask and you have to, go around the hall of shame, and people will know you're a bad dude and you shouldn't be allowed.
So, to be fair, my I'm pretty sure my supervisor told me to get the flu vaccine, but I just never did it.
If you look at the flu statistics this year, because they're all counted as COVID positive tests,
yeah,
there's no flu. The flu is gone. It's dead.
Really? I thought the flu would just still be around anyway, but okay.
No, the problem is the flu and coronavirus are shaped exactly the same. So when you test them, they show up a lot of the time.
Oh, so they're just going to count it the same way then, even if it's just the flu.
Yeah, don't you know? Everything is a COVID death now. So if you slip down the stairs,
if you go look at flu infections / deaths for this year, it's hilarious. It just falls off a cliff for no reason.
If I get into a car crash, that's a COVID death.
Yeah, because you coughed it beforehand. So there you go. It's a COVID-related death.
The autopsy says that I coughed right before I got smashed into by a mulatto driver. But in any case, yeah, I guess that's one thing that I want to talk about. What's the other one? I mean, I don't know if you guys already talked about the insurrection. I came here late.
Oh, well, I mean, that's a generous term for it.
Yeah, the insurrection. Yeah,
I like to call it the day of the cope.
I mean, well, what are your opinions on it? So I can just read them.
I quite liked it. I thought it was it was pretty, it was inspiring. It was like the Boston Tea Party. As far as I could tell, there was no realistic chance of any senator getting harmed.
Yeah,
and
none of them were going to do that. None of them were going to like beat up a
nobody was heavily armed. There were hundreds of armed guards.
Mm-hmm. I just want to say how funny it is that after that happened, all the senators who raised objections, to the different counties, revoked their signatures because
they would have done it anyway, though. They would have done it anyway, though. I don't believe
it literally didn't matter because one, there's a Democratic majority, and even if like a few Democrats voted in favor of the objections, like a random neocon would have said, "I hate Trump and I'm voting for Biden," and then he would have been hailed as a hero in the media. So it was all political theater. It didn't matter at that point.
No, but it's still ridiculous because think, oh no, guys loyal to our president, march to our capital, better give up and give the opposition control of everything. Like, it's a non sequitur. It doesn't make any sense. That's the excuse they used.
I mean, they're just hoping that by making enough of a shit stink about it, that people will forget that it makes no fucking sense. But I guess they're right because people are so retarded and have the memory of a goldfish and know nothing.
Yeah, I mean, and there's like, I think there's like both arguments to say like the insurrectionists were like stupid, and then they're gonna get chased down by the FBI, unfortunately, which is not something I want that to happen. Yeah, I don't want that.
But I mean, it depends on how hard they throw the book at people. Mm-hmm. So if only like a dozen or so get actual time, then I could see this blowing over maybe. If like almost everybody who actually set foot in there and fucked around gets like 10 years.
Yeah.
Then,
which is a public announcement that like they're going to try to chase everybody down. But like if they're going to follow through with it is a different story.
Yeah. If only a few figureheads get it, then I could see it blowing over. But if they really crack down in their baby rage, it could really bite their ass.
Yeah, that's probably going to be like the better option.
No, everybody is gonna get skewered. Like Trump is gonna get they'll try to arrest him. Not sure how far they'll go, but there's a far higher chance of Trump being arrested than Hillary. That's for sure.
No, yeah, definitely I know that. They're going to throw Trump in jail. I do wonder because here's the whole problem. So there's the Trump cult. So like there was a Trump cult of personality, and then there was just the I hate Trump cult, the TV watching dullard illiterate people, and so they're both retarded, and they're just holding up these two false pillars of society, and because they're so like detached from society and like reality, that there's not going to be real political action because of that. So like the only people there's like. There were 20% of independents who supported the Capitol Hill.
Those are the ones that were honest, though. Those are the ones that are honest. There's probably tons of other people that agree with it. But
let's say 1 in 5 Americans, patriotic Americans, like thought that was a good display of like human freedom and civil disobedience, and then the rest are either scared or indifferent or part of like the two cults. Mm-hmm. And so 1 in 5 is a good number. I just don't know if that can be unified into actual political action.
Okay, here's a base take from SMG. Richard Spencer was right to side with Biden. Like base Biden, I'm riding with Biden now.
Pure Biden.
When the gulags come, I'm gonna be one of the officers working for it. Because I know my side here. I'm choosing correctly.
Hail Biden.
Spencer was such a joke, dude. He's so funny. Like, can you believe that? Actually arguing that Biden is a better choice than Trump while pretending to be right wing.
He's unironically arguing for acceleration, but acceleration's retarded, kind of.
Yeah, it doesn't work. Not from what I've seen.
Acceleration doesn't work, but the elite can definitely go too fast and make mistakes. But that's not acceleration. That's just the elite.
And even if it did work, I mean, somebody like Spencer, I'm not going to trust him to like lead accelerationism or lead any movement.
Or some goofball.
Yeah.
Especially in general, it's such a joke though, because I guess he's still wondering about the good old days of Charlottesville. That was the highlight of his life, is when he went to Charlottesville and saying, "Oh, if only remember Charlottesville. That was the true pinnacle of the past."
Yeah. Now he's like doing some esoteric live streams with people like the Jolly Heretic and Keith Woods, and yeah, he's irrelevant now, or has been irrelevant for a while, even before that.
Oh yes, there was actually an earlier question about Nick Fuentes. People say, whatever, he's okay. He's basically just like Trump. Like, he's doing all this political stuff for his own benefit. Because
the only thing is that he criticized Trump because Trump obviously turned his back on his base. But like, other than that, like, he's pretty much all down with the insurrection, and I guess kind of like Trump.
When it comes down to it, Nick is going to do the same thing. Because above his principles, what he cares is becoming influential and wealthy. That's obviously why he's doing all this for. So I'm not going to trust his principles. He's better than other commentators for sure, but yeah, he's a politician. That's what I say. He's on the side of the politicians. And same thing with Base Tucker Carlson. Base Tucker, yeah, he's so awesome. No, he's the same thing. He's part of the establishment as well. I mean, you can watch what he says about the current events, and he's firmly on, we must stay united.
I never did any research on Tucker Carlson, but then like I finally heard that he was actually born rich and with a silver spoon in his mouth. I'm like, oh, okay. If I knew this information earlier, I would have said otherwise, because I kind of liked Tucker Carlson for a little while. But whatever, that's here nor there.
I mean, it's a very monolithic oligarchy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's part of the ruling class. And like they're all their own insular little circle.
Yeah.
And we, the plebeians, are not part of it.
Yeah, unfortunately.
And in order to be part of it, you have to state the special priest codes from your public university, and you have to bend the knee and lick the tranny programmer sock.
And even if we were a part of it, I mean, we'd be like the first to be torn down. Anyway, the first oligarchs to be torn down.
Yeah.
If
definitely.
But there's actually a real possibility of Tucker running for president. But I'm thinking if he does run, it's not gonna be the great, messiah that people want him to be.
Let's be fair, ancap. I think people in America always talked about being disillusioned with democracy because they just get presented shit sandwich and douche every year. But I think after this year, like the center right, libertarian and or Republicans who aren't like brain dead are basically done with democracy. Mm-hmm. I think it's the jig is up.
I mean, they should have been done with.
They should have been done a while ago.
Yeah,
but the jig is up.
Yeah, finally.
Yeah, but the mainstream guys, like Styx and Sargon, are still believing it. That's what gets me really down in the dumps, because they think,
because like really, sensibly, what's the difference between stuffing the ballots or barraging the mind of like a 95 IQ idiot with like propaganda day in and day out from like a million different sources, either the television, the algorithm on their social media, their school teacher. There's no difference.
Yeah, most people are not strong enough to like discern or like to defend themselves from that mentally or psychologically.
Yeah, that's the one thing I agree with the authoritarians, that voting doesn't work. But my plan is a bit different. But that's the one thing we have in common. It's for the same reason. Because the average person just does not have the ability to understand how politics and nationhood works. And especially they've been brainwashed so much by the state, they can't have very good and neutral opinions. So they're not really, should not have much say in how government runs.
Yeah, because that's what I really want. That's what I really want in my government, is that the woman who was pestering me to wear a mask at my job has the same exact say as me in what happens in the government.
I mean, of course, the more egalitarian democracy, the less control the people have in that democracy. That's just reality.
That's the irony, though. But like, that is reality.
It's mathematical reality. It's like political reality. But if you say it and you try to convince someone of this, they have a religious attachment to the goofy 20th century propaganda attached to democracy, even though it's never worked.
Yeah,
not once in its history. If you've studied American history, democracy has never worked.
Yeah, of course. Just like world history in general. Yeah, democracy hasn't worked. This is why I don't like try to talk with people about this, because then they just end up disassociating with me or just getting angry with me. So
Yeah, dude, don't talk politics with normies. They
yeah,
get too emotional with it. So, and chat, if you want to bring in a caller, here's the link. It's public. Anybody can come in. You know, that's how Pleiadian joined. We're a
Yep.
very open stream here. We're not very exclusive. We're welcoming with open arms as long as you're not a retard.
Come on.
Even if, actually no, even if you are a retard, you're still welcome.
We'll accept you.
I'm not sure.
If you're
say that
watching
word.
this, if you're watching this, you're significantly a little bit less of a retard than almost everybody.
I'm not sure. Am I getting in trouble for saying that the R word? Because I'm not sure what the current policies are. But
who cares if your YouTube channel gets banned?
I know I don't really care much these days, but still.
And nobody's like gonna care about us anyway. Nobody's like actively looking for us, but whatever.
Now you think so, but I'm still getting strikes. Like in December, I got a strike. So.
Oh yeah, because you kept getting. And I also remember you kept getting strikes anyway because people kept coming after you.
No, it's not even that. It's just, YouTube doing its old scrub down. I think they're just looking for random right-wing videos and taking them down. Like, even though I'm a nobody, they still went after my videos. So that's also one reason I took everything down, is because they're still going to keep looking through them.
Yeah, fair enough. I should have a bit more perspective on that then.
So red flag laws. What are you supposed to talk to a normie about? The weather, how things are going outside right now. Sports, yeah, they love sports.
Talk about like the fictional TV show that they watched.
Mm-hmm. Talk about Community, or gosh, what's another like stupid show?
What you had for dinner? Like I usually talk to them. I do lots of cooking now. I've become quite a chef. Actually, I still like Domino's. Domino's is the best pizza ever. So I have to talk to them about their Domino's flavors and toppings.
Didn't you have I remember one of our old podcasts. You you had like a really retarded thing you cooked. I don't remember what it was though.
Oh, there's lots of them. Like just ate to just whipped cream on its own for a while. Yeah, whipped cream and something else. I think that was the stupid thing I cooked. I don't remember what it was, but I ate lots of stupid things.
Yeah. You're better now? You've picked up a cookbook?
Well, right now I'm not cooking for myself, so unfortunately I do not have the power to do it, but I still cook for my family, so that's what I do. So it's a bit more diverse. I picked up, chili and stuff like that. Even though I don't like chili normally. But that's me, Master Chef. Yep. Making a roux, for example, is actually quite tricky. There's a big art to it. A roux, by the way, is a... No, I shouldn't go too deep into it. That's a bit much.
I've made a roux before. It was fun.
I don't cook, so...
Yeah, that's something I don't get, because you are what you eat. So you should control what goes into your body. And so just eating out all the time, or anything else.
I'll start eating humans, and I'll become cannibalistic.
Cannibals are the only real humans, but
yeah, pretty much.
But okay, see, good. This is why I wanted to vent. It makes me feel a little bit better about the future, even though nothing changed and we're still all fucked.
Well, if you got anything else to say, I can adapt.
Here's the thing I wanted to talk about with you, ancap. So geopolitics. I've been musing a lot about it lately.
Yeah, sure.
So basically, you have about the two main forces, which is the Western capitalist globalism, and then you have China, and then you have some tertiary powers. But ultimately, everything's going to be within the sphere. It's going to be like the Cold War. It's going to be everything's in the sphere of influence of either this Google capitalist cosmopolitan international oligarchy, or it's going to be within the sphere of influence of China.
Sounds like paradise either way.
Yeah, it's like aliens versus predators, and whoever wins, we lose. But among that, I was like trying to figure out what is like the optimal place to live, and I would say basically convert to Islam, move to Japan, or move to Finland. Those are basically your options.
Now, see, here's the real depressing thing is, despite how bad things are going right now, Western countries like Canada, US are still the best places in the world.
To live, yes.
Yeah.
Currently, not for long.
It might change in the future, so we'll have to see how they react to changes. But here's the nice rule of thumb. The more free the market in the country is, the more you should live there, the higher the standards should be. And so far, these are still the economically freest countries, so that's why they're the best. Things might change, you might become a lot more draconian. I mean, people say Poland, but seriously, Europe is not as free as you think it is. And same thing with Japan. Like Japan, it's not really as nice as you imagine. Like it has its upsides and downsides, like any civilization or country. But generally, there's a reason people are moving en masse.
Can I say something very quickly? Yeah. This might be like a little bit of an esoteric take, and of course I could be wrong. But there's a place called Guernsey that's like a British colony, but it's off the coast of France, and they've been running off their own currency away from like Rothschild bankers for like ever since it's been created. So that's
good luck
also
getting in there, though.
What?
Good luck living there, though.
That's true. It might be a little bit expensive to get in there, but that's just another option.
So the only place I would say, like, the only place that will have like some modicum of Westernness and won't be from China is India.
Oh, dude, because... fucking India! No, don't go to India. That's my advice.
It's shit. I know. Mm-hmm. But because its shit is its own defense against global homo. It's so decentralized and chaotic and full of so many different languages and nonsense that it won't be easily ruled by like a centralized AI. Or maybe that's nonsense speak. I need to talk to actual Indians about that question.
Okay, I actually knew lots of Indians back in college, so I can tell you. Well, I actually did lots of research on India as well. The thing is, like, India is actually quite communist. Like, people there support socialism and they want to do socialist policies. The thing is, they're just too incompetent for it. So that's a big difference. It's like the old days of feudalism. Because in the past, kings wanted high taxes. They wanted to get as much as possible. But actually, taxing and taking wealth away from the citizens is a pretty hard job. You need good organization and good centralization for it to happen. India right now is such a shithole that at least if you live in the countryside, you're not going to be affected that much. But even then, they're still going to do really stupid things. For example, a while ago, they tried to ban physical cash.
They tried to ban physical cash, and then their lockdowns were a complete shit show where like tons of people got killed and beaten. So yeah, I guess it's just not really a country.
Yeah, there's a reason why all the Indians, all the Brahmin caste, the wealthy, smart Indians, and move over to the West is because they do not want to go back to India. Even though they keep whining about saying, "Oh, India is so good, India," and everything else, they keep visiting it. They don't want to go back there.
That's just like most minorities in general. Like even my family is like, "Yeah, you're Puerto Rican before anything else," but like they don't want to move back to Puerto Rico. I know that for sure.
But the problem is that if you reproduce in a Western country, your children are doomed. Especially if Canada or the United States, your children will, if things don't if there's not some like massive political upheaval, your children are doomed. They're going to get like completely fucking mind raped and battered by like all tons of media and the schooling and the goofy philosophy. And they're just going to be a mess. And so you don't want to do it here. You don't, if you think America is not going to turn around, I don't know if it's going to turn around. I don't think it is. And so in terms of long-term interest for your children, you want like a stable society that's like mildly sane, mildly traditional. So you have like Finland and Japan, really.
There's Poland. Well, I don't know about Poland. Maybe Hungary too, but I'm not claiming to be a
Poland. Yeah, Poland, Hungary, Finland, Japan.
Now, even then, the thing is, these are not better than the U.S., so it might change in the future, but don't think about moving. It's not going to be any better. For example, the whole thing with the lockdowns, that's global. Every one of those countries is still doing it. They're all trying to implement really bad policies. And even in Japan, right now, they're cracking down on piracy really hard. And they have lots of really weird regulations and rules which aren't an issue in the West. There's lots of freedoms here which we don't have there. So, of course, there's ups and downsides. And even feminism. That's thing people think, oh, feminism isn't a thing in the Far East, but that's not true. It's actually quite bad. It's just shown differently. Like Korea is infamous for being ruled by some feminist witch cult. Like that's not going to happen in America. So that's one upside. Yeah,
I mean, yeah.
But Korea's been the test bed for the globalists for years now. I mean, that's not a fair case. Japan is an insulated, like functional ethno state with a separated culture and a functional language barrier and low immigration, and so it will be a coherent society until those things fail.
Okay, I'll do something a bit controversial right now, but the whole ethno-state stuff doesn't really matter as long locally you can be around people that you like. Like, the whole thing about this whole sense of the nation at large. It's the people around you, it's your neighbors and your family. And so you want the best life for them, which can be in communities in other countries. You can be a minority in a country of other people.
Sure, yeah, like an expat community. But what I think you're underestimating how invasive both the social gestalt and the internet and television media and the federal government will be in these Western countries as time goes on, if nothing changes.
And that's a problem. You're right, that will happen, but that will apply to all countries. And from what we see, if trends continue, then Europe is going to be even worse. Japan is going to go on the same trajectory. Japan actually embraced Western ideas very handily. For example, Keynesian economics. It's they probably the most strict applicant of them in the entire world. And so don't think they're going to be insulated and it's going to be any better. And especially people. Okay, another thing about China. Moving to China is not a good idea. If you actually look at people who live there,
No.
like it's not a good place, especially for foreigners. There's a reason why so many Chinese students go abroad and why they're trying to implement changes and everything else. Like they're becoming wealthier, sure, but it's still dirt poor overall, and they're not gonna be like first world status fully. Like the GDP per capita is not gonna become as good. Oh, is that Leo? Is that the real one? Let's see.
Is it?
I don't know.
Really?
It says Leo Pirate, but let's see.
I?
Oh, Leo! Hey.
There you go.
Hey!
Welcome.
I couldn't miss this for the world. I was asleep. I was actually out, and then everyone's like, "ancap's back," and I was like,
Yellow
"Nah."
bug returns.
And I joined to you guys saying that the ethno state doesn't really matter, and I'm like, "Whoa,
Okay.
how times have changed."
Man, your voice sounds a bit different too. Are you sick? You got the coof?
I just woke up.
Oh, okay. That's probably why
That's why.
then. Well, the thing is, I was never an ethno-state guy. I kind of do believe like being around people who like you is better because, for example, I don't like normies very much because they're different from me because, I am different. And so is everybody else. But it was never my thing. I'm not much of a far-right kind of guy. I'm a libertarian tard. So, yeah, that was my thing all along. My autism.
You reveal your true form. It was hidden all along.
Which I know is a surprise, with the name Ancapistan, that my true beliefs, Yeah. Very mysterious. Oh yeah, so Leo, have you kept up with recent events? It's something else, isn't it?
There's a stream you could watch if you want to see our take on the virus, ancap, on Diogenes' channel. We already discussed it, but we can discuss it again for your sake. You're special, my man.
Well, I'm more talking about the march on the White House and that kind of event.
Oh, Leo has a bunch of great schizo takes about that one. Take it away.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear this.
Well, it's funny that you'd mentioned the virus because it's kind of like it comes in and out of consciousness. So for what happened at Capitol, what happened at the Capitol recently, it's like people just kind of forgot about it. I didn't see everyone wearing masks, but there's one Pulitzer Prize winning photo where they're within the Capitol and they have guns pointed at someone, and the people with guns have masks, but the guys who are like storming the place are like looking through a little window with no masks. So it's kind of funny in that regard. But yeah, I think that this thing, as it's playing out right now, the way the media is reporting on it, it's basically a Charlottesville 2.0, and it was never meant to accomplish anything. It was meant to be exactly that from the very beginning. It was just this event to be used as showing the entire nation white supremacy terror still exists, and that it can be leveraged for future legislation. And that's pretty much what's happening right now. The white supremacy narrative has been fairly present in all the articles that have been coming forth. And yeah, I don't think that's going away. I just think it's pathetic how quickly Trump conceded, but it's also not unexpected either. It happened. I figured that was going to happen. I remember, Jeff Snee, I called that. You guys were joking, like, "Oh man, no, this could be the Civil War." I'm like, no, Trump's just going to tell his boomers to like stand down. And that's exactly what happened. And yeah, like,
dude, what are you talking about? Don't you know this is part of the plan? The storm is coming. It's
The
only
4D.
two more weeks on the 20th, right? That's when it's all going to happen. It's all planned.
I read one post where they said he conceded so that it would help with the persecutions for when Biden is office. They're like, oh, so that they can impeach him better. So they want to make sure his transition into office is as smooth as possible so that then they can impeach him once Biden's in office. I'm like, yo, this is...
I mean, the Q posting is now just the same as fucking end times Christians who keep recalculating the rapture date.
It's so funny you say that, Jeff. So you guys know Bill Maher?
Yeah.
That disgusting Jew. It's incredible. I don't normally care about him, but I was sent a video clip in November of this year. He made a video segment comparing Seventh-day Adventists to Donald Trump voters. It was the most insane segment I'd ever seen. He said, like, because of the history before the Adventists were founded, the Millerite movement, the Great Disappointment, they were looking for the second coming of Christ on a date. And they said, oh, they were all disappointed by that. That's a lot like Donald Trump voters who thought that. And I was like, what the what? It was the most absurd comparison I'd ever seen. And yet it's crazy that in your public consciousness, like, you didn't even see this segment, Jeff Snee, but that is in your mind, right? It's like this subconscious idea that anyone who's just as fanatic or as dumb for Trump, like you're basically religious, right? And it's absurd because I'm just like, this is doubling down.
I mean, they're basically with the whole COVID hysteria, and then the Donald Trump cult of personality. They are effectively religions in how they function.
Messiah Trump.
Yeah, and they still have hope. That's a thing. They haven't given up yet.
They still have to flatten the curve. They still have to worry about the second coup. They still have to trust the plan. It's already grown in its own religious language and priests, and it's all nonsense.
And I wonder what's going to happen on the 20th. Like, they'll have to keep going. They can't stop now. So how will they twist the events to think they know the storm is still coming?
That's the ideal. That's the ideal, but God Emperor Trump said, stand down. So now all of them are like, oh, we'll stand down so that your impeachment process goes just as smoothly in your 4D.
Yeah, I do wonder what the Q posting will be on the 21st when nothing has happened.
Oh man,
nothing's gonna, guys. It's
they're not going to be held accountable for the most part.
So my prediction is that there might be some more. By the way, how absolutely federal the whole thing is. I'm sure. Did we talk today at all about Nick Fuentes and Baked Alaska? Did we get that in at all?
Not Baked Alaska, no. I know he went to
Baked Alaska was in the Capitol.
Yeah, he's an absolute Fed. And so with Bitwave, I don't know if you guys know this. Bitwave is a streaming platform. It was taken down recently. Dispatch hasn't gotten back to me yet why, but it became like there's like Fed honeypots. Where like they have websites for Feds. Bitwave was like a honeypot for the Feds, if that makes any sense. Like, how many Feds came to stream on that website? And Baked Alaska streamed on that website. Nick Fuentes reached out to Dispatch because he wanted to stream on their website.
I was about to say, you probably already thought about this already, but like, how inconsiderate of Baked Alaska to be streaming, because he streams everybody's faces and all those people are going to be facially recognized from by the FBI.
Oh yeah,
all the grifters, just getting like all their friends arrested.
Yeah.
And the thing is, this guy then appears in all of the articles, right? All the Jewish articles kvetching, they're like white supremacist, Baked Alaska, live streamed from within the Capitol. That's the title verbatim for two different articles by two different authors.
I also wanted to say he was in the Capitol and he was like, "Is there any groypers around? America first, any groypers?" As if he was like trying to film one of these groypers. Yeah, any groypers around. Yeah, so very sad.
Just want to say the whole term groyper is so cringeworthy. Yeah, like it's so lame. Like anybody who calls themselves a groyper, I think it sounds too much like groin. It's like they're grabbing the groin. That's what it sounds like.
It sounds like goyim to me.
Well, the thing is, as far as I know, it existed before Fuentes co-opted it.
It was just a Pepe picture of him holding his fingers together.
Trust me, it's dumb and gay, but at least I think it's bizarre that it was something that existed before Fuentes.
Leo, have you seen the video of one of the protesters flagging down? There's an Israeli journalist covering the...
Yes. What's a goy? What's a goy?
He's trying to talk, and then the second the white guy says, "Hey, what's a goy?" He goes dead silent, and his eyes his eyes dilate. It's like, oh no!
I saw that and I was like, "Yo, the Boomer awakening is happening." But then I saw some other Boomer holding an Israeli flag, and I went, "Yeah, no."
Oh no!
It's
I haven't seen it, but it already sounds terrible.
If only all the Boomers that went and stormed the Capitol just had the same bloodlust for Benjamin Netanyahu. Like, how much more would be done? right, guys? But no, instead they're like, oh, let's just go to the Capitol, along with all these feds who are going to have articles written about them. We just kind of meander around. Whoa, it's kind of weird. Whoa,
I want them to storm the Daily Wire headquarters, wherever that is.
Oh, well, listen, that wouldn't be a very good idea because Israel's and this is egregiously anti-Semitic.
Oh yeah, Ben Shapiro is kvetching the entire time about the protest.
This is unpatriotic. Okay, this is completely unpatriotic.
This is blood libel.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, dude, you're supposed to just lose gracefully. You're just supposed to shut up and die. That's your job, right? As followers, as right-wingers.
Americans?
Yeah.
Americans, civil disobedience in the Capitol building?
This is not a part of American history. American history is serving Israel. Like, have you guys paid attention to the last few presidents?
Yeah, I mean, rebelling against authority. Rebelling against a small class of oligarchs across the sea who wants to control what you do in your life and, force you to take away to tax you and your freedom and your ability to do anything. That's so un-American to rebel against that. You're supposed to just submit, right? That's what American founding fathers were like.
Well, it's just bizarre that Israel as a nation is so new, and it just like an insect, a parasite, leech came onto this massive North American country.
Boy, cool it without anti-Semitism.
Oh, sorry, might be. I was just having an epiphany on just the scale, the scope of things in history.
Yeah.
Fucking groypers.
I during the entire protest, we were watching all the different streams. Like, was it Jeff's? I remember we were in a group VC from before it happened to just like all throughout it live. And this is the future, right? It was just like information high. We had like 4 streams open, all the Twitter accounts open, 5 anonymous image boards and stuff like that, and we're just like absorbing the information, and it turned into a real-time MMO where we were just posting whatever was the most recent information or caps in real time. And while everyone was doing that, I had only 2 Twitter accounts open, the Pope's account and Netanyahu's account. Neither of them tweeted throughout the entire thing. It was sad. It's very sad. I wanted to contribute, had nothing to contribute.
Yeah, I was checking the Twitter accounts of like the U.S. senators, and they tweeted not within like the very second they got into the evacuation bunker, they pulled out their phones and tweeted their disgust at the common man walking into their Masonic temple.
Yeah, that's what you do when you fear for your life. You tweet it out.
Yeah, right. And then the petty drama, Pence unfollowing Trump, making his banner, Biden, Harris. What the like?
Oh wait, was that a real thing?
There was a picture of him and his wife, but it looked like Biden and Harris from the back.
Oh, so it had nothing to do with Biden Harris?
No, yeah.
Oh, okay. Then
Wait, did he actually unfollow Trump? I thought it was just fake news.
He did unfollow Trump.
Oh,
yeah.
Man. So he was a traitor then.
I mean, in a way, to be fair, like Donald Trump just threw him under the bus. There obviously wasn't like really a plan that they cooperated together. So then,
I think
Pence probably knew that he wasn't going to be able to overturn the election on his own.
So, he didn't want to. He had no intention to.
That's probably true too.
No, the leaked emails proved he had no intention.
Oh, I didn't see the leaked emails. So
in 2016, they wanted to run him as president instead of Trump through a brokered election.
Oh, so they're
a brokered convention. I mean.
Oh, so he is actually a traitor.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
He was never. Yeah, of course.
But to be
fair,
fair,
any of the career politicians are all in the same page and all in the same goofy like Masonic club.
Yeah,
and they all hate the plebes and like want to drink their blood and shit. Like,
he was like a meme. He was a little bit of a meme because he's like the electroshock therapy guy. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
but like, yeah, I guess whatever.
Just how quickly the boomers throw away someone they supported. Like, I think of Ben Garrison. Like, how many Mike Pence memes and images he made. How sad poor Ben Garrison must have been on the day that Mike Pence unfollowed Donald Trump. His heart sunk.
Ben Garrison was banned off of Twitter.
Yeah.
What? He's been banned off Twitter.
Did you not hear?
No, they banned
they've been getting everybody today.
Yeah.
They banned pretty much every right winger on the website. They got banned.
Basically everybody. Let me see.
Again, not unexpected.
And did you see the public list of like doxes?
No. What?
Someone Crisco posted in Discord earlier. Seditionist.info.
Holy. Okay. Oh no. This is okay. Listen, I hate 4chan posts. You know, all these people who are like, "Well, look at this old screen cap." We're like, "Oh, dude, check it out. It's coming to pass." You remember the one archive I sent you? It was
Yeah.
uncanny how much it's coming to pass. Because if this is true, I'm looking. Is it in the comfy
General.
general?
He added you in general. Yeah.
Sedition, like that is insane. Because that's another part of that post. Seditionist.info. Holy shit!
Yeah, all this banning and this punishment right now, this is what should have happened to Hillary and her side after 2016. And that's the problem. It's because they just didn't do it, even though they're doing it to him right now. Like, it's so frustrating. Like, why couldn't it have been the other way around? It would have been so much better.
This is the thing, ancap. The double standards are, which is immediately apparent to anyone who has half a brain and is thinking, the elites know this, and they want you to know this, so that it can encourage more riots, more outrageous actions for them to capitalize upon. The interesting thing about this post that Jess and I are talking about is it was written in October, and it basically said that this is what's going to happen. The election results are not going to be announced the night of. Mail, and this is not very hard to predict because of how much people talked about mail-in ballots. This is like mail-in ballots will be counted, and then Biden will be announced the winner, even though he's obviously not. Everyone knows he's not, but they want you to know that he's not the winner. And you just think about that evening, right, when Biden and Harris gave their victory speech in a parking lot with cars honking and 5 people there, and to a live stream of less than 1,000 people. And then you compare it to Trump, where it's like this stadium of people, uproarious applause going crazy to him being like, we're going to look into this and we're going to stop the steal. And everyone's like, woo, and they have that curve, with a little spike that was spread everywhere. It's like they wanted people to know, right, that this was a rigged election and Biden's going to win anyway. They want that in the public consciousness. And this stop the steal bullshit that ultimately culminated in this nothing burger where 2 feds stormed the Capitol and one of them live streamed from inside. So all of their, all these articles could be written about them and all these people's names could come out. It's all so predictable. You know what I mean? On the surface, it looks like, wow, stuff is happening. But behind the scenes, it's all just Jewish theater. Like nothing is happening. Business as usual.
Yeah.
Well, I forgot to say Keemstar added the FBI and ratted out Baked Alaska.
Oh my gosh.
So I thought that was in a way kind of funny.
Is Baked actually in jail?
I don't know. But Keemstar added the FBI and was like, hey, Baked Alaska. This is Baked Alaska here.
Well, apparently they've stopped Trump's campaign emails.
Yeah, he can't do email anymore either. They basically blackball him from the internet. He's done.
Fantastic. This is the future. So the first example of
Trump is the first example, and then they're going to purity spiral until all 4 of us are in a FEMA camp somewhere.
Can't wait.
Yep, a FEMA quarantine camp. It's going to be a combination.
We'll be sipping grub together, like soup grub next to each other in a
cold seeing hymns.
Camp. Yeah.
And then the guillotines come out from Walmart.
What really gets me, though, is that it's Trump's reaction to this. So number one, did he not see this coming? Did he not think they would do this?
So of course he did. And this is the angle I kept trying to tell people back in 2016. I was like, Trump is friends with the Clintons. Stop caring. This is all, Hebrew theater. Stop. No one listened.
Yeah, but they're actually going to go after him. There's a real chance he's going to get arrested after all this.
No, they're not. Yeah, just like they're going after Clinton. And even if they do, it's still Hebrew theater. Oh, no, they're arresting Trump. Oh, he's fine. You know what I mean? Like, even the Pence unfollowing Trump's all theater. Why does anyone take this shit seriously? It's like all just theater.
I don't know. What if they could just throw him in jail and cannibalize his family's assets? They could definitely get away with that.
It's like, but like the thing about like people caring, I mean, they're preying on the fight or flight mechanisms that people naturally have because
exactly. But I don't think anything's actually going to happen to Trump. I'll be very wrong. I could be wrong.
No, I definitely think they want to arrest him for a lot of reasons. So they
vindictive, and the people could still want blood. But I just
one they're vindictive and embarrassed over the Capitol thing. But 2, they want to justify all the legal philandering over the entire 2020 year. And if they arrest Trump, they have like an excuse for the legal philandering. Because if they don't arrest Trump, then like actual lawyers will dismantle all the good nonsense that they rush through courts and then over the next few years.
Wouldn't there be like more insurrection though? Unless that's what they want, is more insurrection by putting the Messiah figure like Trump in jail.
Dude, again, he's not a Messiah. That's the thing, because he was never a Messiah in the first place. Because people wanted one.
I know.
But,
I know.
yeah.
I know. I'm just saying that they're just perceiving him as one.
And that's a problem. Perception is not good enough. Because let's say they did march in the Capitol, he was never going to accept the power anyway.
I think they would want a Messiah Trump because one, he of like the smart, disaffected, like 1 in 5 independent Americans who are like fed up with the federal government. No one wants to fucking die for Donald J. Trump, the fucking buffoon. The only people who are crazy about him are like the weirdo MAGA cultists, and they want to, and I think they want to use the MAGA cultists as like an example so they can invoke their Soviet style controls over society.
That's basically what they want to do. So you're talking about insurrections, Pleiadian. They want to leverage them. They want these more like these riots and these breakouts so they could say like this is white supremacy terrorism, right? And then it'll allow them to justify absolutely anything. And they'll say like, oh man, we need some like woke version of the Patriot Act.
The FBI is effectively a secret police. Like there's no oversight. There's never been any legal consequences for the actions of the FBI. They defend criminals and they oversee tons of terrible shit. And they go after particular ideological enemies all the time. So yeah, it's a secret police.
Something I've been thinking about is how the history books are going to handle what's happening right now. And I'm thinking if you took the charitable part and took Trump's word to face value, is that the election was stolen from him and he fought to the end, but he gave up anyway to the one who illegally stole it. Like, what kind of fucking person would do that? Like, that would make him the worst president ever. If he actually genuinely believed, that it was a controlled election, but he should just still give up in any case. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, it won't be written that way. It'll just be like he was heroically. No, this petulant child, Donald Trump, couldn't stand the legitimate heroes, Biden and Harris and stuff.
So he was a crisis actor the whole time. It's the only explanation that makes sense. That or he's literally retarded.
Well, he made a commercial. He made a commercial for Benjamin Netanyahu in 2015, right? He was a twice-made billionaire. What happened in between? He went bankrupt, and he got his wealth again from his wealthy Jew bankers in New York. Like, I don't know why people never listened to me. I was like, bro, he's not legitimate. I remember there's like an old stream with Baroness Thompson and I where I had to like browbeat him. Like, he does not think like you and me. He does not like you cannot relate to him.
No, he's a real estate agent from Manhattan. Like, what do you think his social circle looks like? What?
And it's amazing how they marketed it as a guy outside the system, because it's like, oh, he's independently wealthy, so he's not like these establishment characters. Yet he had a TV show. Yeah, he made a commercial for Benjamin Netanyahu before the election. It's plain as day. Move the U.S. embassy to Jerusalem, gave billions of dollars to Israel. In fact, I actually was shocked that he didn't win because of how much he did for Israel. That's what I was shocked by. People were asking for my prediction. I was like, oh yeah, Trump's going to win again. Every incumbent party has 2 terms, and Trump has just been the most kosher president ever, business as usual. But no, I think we can get someone even more kosher. Biden has been a Zionist through and through. He supported the bombing of the Gaza Strip. There's that famous video of him saying, like, you don't need to be Jewish to be a Zionist, and I'm a Zionist, Everyone's seen it.
And the person interviewing him was like, you don't have to say it like that. Come on, Mr. Biden.
Biden one time gave this speech where he kind of said too much. He was like,
the
Jews have been around for all social justice movements. You've always been there from the beginning, from gay rights to black rights and stuff. And I was like, yeah, okay. They're like tugging at their collar, like,
he's been senile a little while.
You don't need to say that much,
Just going sharing too much.
But are you ready for the angle ancap?
Yeah, sure.
Ready for it to come full circle. So not only is Biden a Zionist through and through throughout his entire political career, he is also a Roman Catholic.
Oh,
wow. Whoa. I can't believe I ignored that angle. I knew he was, but I was like, no, Trump has done too much for Israel, and he has such a big fan base. Like, of course he's going to get a second term. Nope. Because not only is Biden a Roman Catholic, Pope Francis actually spoke, and Pope Francis stormed the Capitol, right, in 2015. He spoke in the Capitol in 2015. Pope Francis. I hope you understand how absolutely insane this is from a world history perspective. And on that date, Biden, you can look this up on YouTube, did an interview in 2015 with the American Jesuit Review, where they had it. And I implore everyone to look up this interview. Look, search American Jesuit Review Biden. And he has this interview where he talks about how wonderful and accepting America is. Because the interviewer asked, like, can you believe this? There was a time where people were even worried about JFK becoming president. Now we have the Pope speaking in Congress. And he's like, it speaks to the American people, how accepting we are of all religions. It's a great thing that I want to be a part of.
Hey, Leo, what do you think about the Supreme Court being 2/3 Catholic?
I could talk on forever about that, but it's 2/3 Catholic, 1/3 Jewish. What a shock. Whoa.
Okay, so the guy in the chat kept whining about when to come on. Here you go, Wes. You have a platform. What do you want to say?
Hello, Leo. Hello,
Hello.
Jepsony. Hello, ancap. I just came on to say shout out to my homie Bronx Blogger, the record, Bully, Relatively, Mass, 80, Zero, Composting, Lizard Overlord, Bob, Bear, Horsey, Pirar. That is all.
Gracias.
Goodbye.
Gracias. Adios, amigo.
Gracias.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very informative.
The Spics came in somehow. Still, they had to assert their presence. Just like
They exist.
so, just like now, we're gonna have a Roman Catholic president, and we're gonna have a Roman Catholic populace with how many Spics are coming in too. So it's
Can't wait
Great.
till the first Latino president, whoever that will be.
But I should have seen this a while back because Francis was not approving of Trump. Pope Francis never liked Trump. And so I only looked at 50%. I was like, oh, well, Israel loves Trump. Netanyahu loves Trump. But the Vatican doesn't. But now they have a candidate that's both.
Well, the thing is, it's the leftist Jews and the hard right Zionist industrial complex Israel Jews have been fighting each other over various petty squabbles, using countries as proxy. And in this case, I suppose the leftist plus Catholics won.
They should just unite. They're basically the same thing.
But the thing is,
yeah.
Sure, he might be leftist, and this is in the protocols. Like the Jews, they fight over superficial social issues. But as far as the advancement of the state of Israel, that's consistent. Like Biden has always voted in support of their wars as his time as a senator.
Yeah, but I mean, there's lots of deconstructionist, Foucault-loving Jews who want to see a more progressive, nonsensical Israel.
Yeah, I've certainly heard those, and I think it's going to be what are we going to invade first, lads? Iran or Syria? That's what I'm.
I was reading a funny thread. Which country will Biden bomb first? And the top votes were Syria because he missed it the first time, Iran, and then America.
America.
Well, technically, the president can order drone strikes against American citizens whenever he wants.
I mean, Obama did his job. He established the legal precedent.
Maybe that's how they get rid of Trump. Like, whoops, accidentally a drone strike. An enemy of the state. Yeah, we did our job.
And with uncanny accuracy now, with image recognition and AI. What is it? With by the way, you can have stochastic flying, so it'd make it harder to snipe. So the drone is zigging around, but still have laser point accuracy on its targets. It's fantastic. I can't wait. The future looks bright. I think a guillotine might be too glorious. Probably just going to get shot in the back by a drone.
It's too trad. Guillotines are too trad. Might as well go progressive. And
waste of money. They'll shoot us, throw us in the ditch.
Yeah.
Yeah. In hindsight, the allies that Trump chose were a pretty poor choice. Because especially the Israel lobby, because in the end they were never going to support him. They always wanted the Democrats more, no matter how hard he shilled, and he shilled really hard. It amounted to nothing, because they still voted for Biden by a lot more. But it was a very bad strategic choice on his behalf.
Also, the nepotism, who was Ivanka? What was she doing? Something about affairs, international affairs. I forgot, but she was doing that along with her Jewish husband.
So is this when the military despotism begins? I mean, it's already begun. It's been around for a while, but now it's going to happen internally within our nation, within our borders. Martial law happened during Biden's presidency.
Well, it's effectively already happening.
I don't know.
Martial law is already happening because of the lockdowns, right?
I mean, technically, yeah, it's already martial law by any standard.
Medical. Yeah, it's medical martial law. But soon, we aren't seeing guns. It's just stay indoors, right? But once these completely organic and natural white supremacist terrorist attack starts coming up, then they'll actually have soldiers with guns and assault rifles on the ground and drones. You know.
And just a note to chat about this stream. I probably have to private it afterwards because I don't think the stuff we discuss here is going to be very YouTube friendly. Holy shit!
Pause everything. That's
Pause.
a fucking exigent time in chat.
No way.
What? No.
Oh, the legend, the man. No, it cannot be.
Did he become famous for something?
The prodigal son returned.
He's just a
cool
hero.
dude.
He was just like away for a long time, just like you.
Yeah,
He disappeared.
This is good because I mean things have been very down recently, and I feel this is the real reunion we needed. I think Dia tried to orchestrate one back in July. It was
unfortunately, I think Dashnis is legitimately cursed by some sort of like Egyptian malady. I feel sorry for the man.
Some curse.
Well, he keeps getting banned from things, but that's because he actually uses to talk. See, I'm still on Twitter because I don't say anything on it. So that's what you got to do.
Yeah, if you effectively just don't talk on the internet, you're dead. And this is how it's going to be. Because where everyone's being shoehorned into the internet, they're being shoveled in. Our lives are only the internet, as if it wasn't already before. But with the lockdowns, it's more than ever. Like before, if someone pissed you off on the internet, you log off and go for a walk. You won't even be able to do that. You won't even be able to do that anymore. Yeah. This is
yeah. All right, you post your wrong opinion. All of your digital currency gets frozen. You get in your self-driving car to go to the government office, and then it suicides you into a telephone pole.
You get tagged and bagged.
Speaking about self-driving cars, they're totally gonna do like affirmative action into it. So it's actually gonna judge the skin color of the person you're driving against. It's gonna judge, okay, whose life is more valuable, the driver or the pedestrian? And it's gonna do that and take that into account. So oh no, black guy! Ah!
Can we get into machine learning discussion right now? Because there's a new emerging field called machine learning ethics, and it's fascinating because the way these models are built up on is data. And there was an example where Amazon actually had trained a machine learning model because I don't know if you know, headhunters for jobs, that's a very expensive field to try and find the right people to hire that are worth your time. So they figured we could train a model to do this. And they trained it on the people that they asked to interview that they accepted and rejected. So they took all the attributes of the people they accepted and rejected, and they trained this model. And they said, now we can use this model on the sea of people applying and have it prioritized, which would be the best recommendations based on our best hires we've done on the past and the ones we've rejected on the past. It was great. One problem, it never recommended women. So the problem with that is they had to adjust the model. They had to add extra biases, extra parameters that would then include women.
Yeah, it reminds me of the Tay AI. That was the most click gaining speech was always like the Hitler jokes and the other nonsense. And they had to fucking lobotomize it.
Yeah.
The best thing about AI I like right now is actually the voice synthesizers. Because there's the site 15.ai. It's actually really nice. It's the one where you can make SpongeBob say anything.
Oh yeah, this kind of stuff exists, and I don't want to give people ideas, but it's very easy to do. It's what's happening to Jim right now. All you need to do is get a long waveform with labels, so an SRT file with timestamps and the English words corresponding to what someone is saying, and you can train a model easily to do that for anyone. It never sounds as accurate because it's built upon stitched together waveform files, but yeah,
it's getting pretty good right now, and I'm probably gonna use something in my video game for it. It's gonna be very good.
Exigent Time says he's working behind enemy lines and it's worse than you think.
Oh, it's fantastic.
And if Exigent Time thinks it's worse than you think, holy shit, it must be really bad.
Because this is the thing, guys. The human.
Because this is the guy who talks about the determinist supercomputer that will determine all human thought. And if he thinks it's worse than you think, what the fuck?
Yeah, Exigent Time, you being a determinist and working in the field terrifies me.
No, we've known this for a while. Because there was Google interviews about saying how freaked out they were over the 2016 elections, and they swore that they'll never let something like this happen ever again. So yeah, it was obvious how influential and what their mandate was ever since that time. So it's not a surprise what's happening now or in the future. How everybody's banning Trump at the same time from the entire internet effectively. Like no email, no Twitter, no Facebook. They removed Parler from app stores everywhere from all the phones. They want you dead. That's how it works.
and they want all of your ideological statements logged. Also, so they want you dead, but still provide us data, because they want to be able to train a model that's more effective at identifying ilk like you. And these streams will be, if this is you're streaming on YouTube right now, these auto-generated subtitles will be parsed, analyzed with NLP, word to vec embedded as vectors, and maybe used as wrong speech. But it's fascinating stuff.
Binary coded ilk. Proud.
The thing is, you need to understand, guys, machine learning, they're just statistical models based upon data. So if you just give it data that's biased towards your worldview, you can market it as like, whoa, we've trained a model on this, and that. And
Actually, Time's no longer a determinist. He must have really seen some shit.
Oh, here we go. Now the next step, find the Son of God, and then you can escape this hellhole. But it'll come eventually. You guys will remember what I said when Biden starts issuing the Sundays. No, what is it? The Green Sabbath decree for our environment. In accordance with Pope Francis's law.
I guess he is an environmental Catholic, Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Yep. So Pope Francis wrote an encyclical. Popes write these encyclicals called Laudato Si, where he talks about the international human right of rest. Once a week, we should have a family day. And this is so important. This is so important, guys, because this day is not going to be marketed as a religious Sabbath. It's going to be an environmental Sabbath. I've been saying this now for 2 years. And it'll come to fruition. You'll remember my words, and you'll go, "Well, that Leo guy, who's kind of weird," and then you still won't care. But I want you guys to remember that I've told you before it has come to pass.
You're saying you're just gonna reinvent Sunday because that already exists, the whole day of resting.
Yeah, it exists in the European Sunday Alliance. It's been around forever. But the thing, ancap, is it goes back to the days of Rome. Like the first Sunday law were passed by Constantine, where they taxed people and then eventually made it illegal to work on Sunday in honor of the venerable day of the sun. But that's the religious angle. Let's get more back into politics. I think it's fascinating that we have a president, the second Roman Catholic president. The first one was domed because he said that, separation of church and state is what this country was founded upon. And then he gets, domed, actually taken out.
You're talking about JFK. That was more for the nuclear deal.
Yeah, with the Israeli.
That was more for
the Israeli nuke deal. Yeah.
That was more for trying to crib strangle the CIA.
There's so many different angles.
That's why.
Yeah, there's like they made a murder mystery where everyone wanted to kill him. I've heard people say it's because he asked for a nuclear weapons inspection on Ben Gurion.
The Federal Reserve too.
Yeah, and then there's like
post the link for Exigent Time, ancap.
Oh sure. Here you go.
But we're going to have a Roman Catholic president that's an environmentalist with great things are on the way.
Leo rubs his hands. Great things.
Well, the thing is, in Laudato Si, which is Pope Francis's encyclical, they said we must move away from fundamentalism. Like anyone who takes the Bible literally, they're just as bad as Islamists who take the Quran literally. This is what Pope Francis said.
You're right. Morals and foundations. Fuck that. We should just go with the flow and mix shit up as we go along. The status quo, bro. That's the best.
But this is the guy who has a phone line to Biden. They're friends, by the way. Biden says this in the 2015 interview. He said, "Oh yeah, Pope Francis, he loves me. We were there one time, and he said you can call me at any time." He said that in 2015. What do you think now that he's the president of the United States? How that's going to work out? So. That's my
if he lives long enough.
Fuentes be happy?
You see, not unlike Jews, Roman Catholics have liberal and conservative Catholics, just like Jews have liberal and conservative Jews. And the thing is, these trad Catholics will be kvetching and angry, but ultimately they're like, yes, like the father, the Pope is still under control, but they'll still be at the surface level being like, this isn't right and stuff. And by the way, Fuentes is a Fed because he, in his first America First episodes, he called out Trump's Zionist connections. He called out that Trump's first commendation was for a man named Shalom Rubishkin, a Jewish meat packing factory owner who hired illegal immigrants from Mexico, child labor. That was Trump's first commendation, someone he helped get out of prison. And Fuentes covered that. And he's like, Trump's a Zionist, all this stuff. But then suddenly you get near to 2020 and amnesia kind of like hits him and everyone. And they're like, "Oh, fight for you, my king! Stop the steal! We need to hang these traitors. Mike Pence needs to hang and stuff." It's just, and his Twitter account is still up, but his YouTube got banned. It's so obvious. It's obvious once you see the way things are played out. If these people were genuine, they'd be like, "This whole thing is a sham. Guys, you should not participate." Instead, find God. Nope, no. Instead, he's like, "Whoa, guys, we got to stop the steal. We got to support Trump," even though just a few years ago I said he was a Zionist cock and all that stuff. It's awful.
Yeah, now that he's bigger, I doubt he still talks about anti-Zionism, because if he wants to any kind of mainstream appeal or popularity, he has to drop that.
That's the pathway. You talk about edgy shit to get the attention to start with, and then you segue into whatever's popular with the normies, and then you eventually cut gold, and then you're set.
So what Fuentes does is like a mama bird that chews up her food for her children. He takes neocon talking points and then he chews it up and makes it based in red pilled. I witnessed this in a stream where was it when NATO bombed Syria? I forgot. I don't remember what stream. But he was basically saying, like, if you don't like seeing this country bomb other nations, you're a faggot. Like, come on, you got to see America flex its power and stuff. I was like, this is a neocon, but talking through this 20-year-old based in red pilled man who slept with Catholic Cammy. What's going on? This homosexual. Why am I watching this? But people still do, and they still give him money. But yeah, he's absolutely compromised. I won't call him a Fed. Jeffson, you pointed that to me. I use that term a little too.
Yeah, you use it too much, but it's just compromised people who have been visited by a federal agent at some point in their life.
Because to suggest Fed, like I don't think he has an ID and actually attends a building.
He sits at a cubicle in the Pentagon or wherever.
It's not in his mom's basement. Yeah, it's not in his mom's basement. It's in a Vatican altar boy basement where the other, things like that. It's out of the question. I think you're genuine at first, and then you get approached, and then you are slowly ideologically become more kosher. That's just how it goes.
I think now he's more like a Catholic Ben Shapiro.
But the thing is, unlike he sprinkles in as a little varnish some wokeness, like, "Oh guys, you've seen the greatest story never told." I don't know what that is. What is that, guys? Right? Oh, by the way, we should we'll vote for Donald Trump.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's gonna get us everything we wanted.
Exit time.
Welcome back.
Your mic isn't great though.
Oh yeah, Linux audio. Let me see
Linux. Oh boy, yeah.
Yeah. So you are taking everything seriously. Wow.
Yeah, you are in the running away.
Oh yeah. If it's pretty bad, I'll switch to Windows.
No, it's okay for now. Yeah.
It's good.
Okay. Cool.
As long as we can understand what you're saying.
Yeah. No, I mean it's bad, guys. I've been working with some data analytics stuff, and they're basically targeting right-wingers in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
You are being predicted at this very moment. It's not just the things you click on, it's the things you don't click on as well.
Oh, of course, yeah.
And the basic idea is to build a model of you, run it in limited simulations, and characterize your behavior to control the narrative in a direction that is not necessarily too racialized, although the racialization part of it is that it's part of the what I guess you could call a polarization process. And the main thing to understand is that the last thing they want is for people like us to work with other people. They're going to do everything they can to make you out to be the most radical person ever, even if you aren't.
Yeah, that's what they're doing right now with trying to shutting down all social media and banning people from Twitter and everywhere else.
Today.
Yeah. And people like Nick Fuentes are useful idiots, really.
They're data miners, really, because they can gauge the audience.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's getting help from different places, but for the most part, he's a sole operator and kind of a useful idiot. And it's not like he has to help the enemy for them to mine data off of his people. Like, they're already just mining the data off of them.
Because it's publicly accessible, yeah.
Exactly. Everything is publicly accessible, basically. There's the data from Google. There's your smart TV listening in on everything that you do. Your
Is Google data publicly accessible?
To the people in the know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not.
So even
like
site-to-site cookies and shit.
That's client
not
side.
directly.
Yeah.
It's filtered through multiple levels of like metadata to make it more usable. They're not going to be giving like a direct cookie that somebody's using, but they're going to attach it to a profile that is
okay.
Maybe not necessarily your name on it. They'll put your name on it if they have it, but.
And the other thing, Exit Time, is like, so some of the stuff that if you're in the know and you could get to back end access, Google CAPTCHA is what's used on 4chan. And I talked about that earlier. Yeah. So many boomers, they think that because they're posting on an anonymous image board, that they're anonymous, but then they're logged into their Gmail in another tab. And then they click the CAPTCHA and then they post like, oh yeah, let's storm the Capitol. Yeah. You don't think that's being logged on the back end of 4chan?
That's actually really good advice too. Anybody out there, like if you post anonymously, still post as if you're being monitored. Like never just do something that you don't want people catching you, like the FBI or anybody else. Oh, your neighbor is seeing you post.
I don't think that's an argument. Like if they're going after you for that kind of thing, it's already over. You've already given up.
And this is what I kept emphasizing years ago, guys, that people in the free speech arena, they keep saying, being as offensive as possible, say all the stuff you want. None of them talk about anonymity, right? The Federalist Papers were published anonymously. Anonymity and free speech are one in the same. You remove anonymity and free speech goes away.
Yeah, of course. I mean, but it's sort of a dead horse. Like, how are you going to convince any of the millions upon millions of retards who've given up their personal information for free and have these extensive profiles of their every detail?
A coordinated effort.
It's much better at this point to not try to be anonymous because the lack of information on a user
flags you, right?
Is kind of it's more.
So like the fact I don't have any social media accounts, I'm already like on some sort of fucking list because of that.
An anomaly,
Yeah, it's going to be better to kind of create like a false persona.
I've always
it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work to do that.
A cipher, really, of like that's what I've always done. I've never used real information on any of my accounts since way back when. But that's also an anomaly. Why am I using inconsistent information across different accounts? But this still have the same.
But you want to be not accurate about your actual beliefs. So, like if you're using YouTube, just simple advice: switch to NewPipe. If you're using it on your phone, it's not going to track you as much.
All right, so here was something I was musing about Exgen Time, and it's not general AI. I'm not saying general AI, but something kind of like AI, an algorithm effective enough to analyze people's speech really granularly, and then like assign moral values to it, and to write reasonable legal justifications for their arrest.
I think that type of thing is coming. It's going to be a little more difficult than just listening to speech because that's probably doesn't have enough information in it, although it will if you're not.
I mean, I'm saying careful. Like, let's say if you have like a dossier of all your 4chan posts.
Yeah, then, exactly. It's like a stenography where they can tell who a writer is based upon
what I think they could do is train a model to prioritize which is the most concerning data points from your comprehensive profile. So if they were to prosecute you, they could then say, what a difference in words, right? It would put to the top, it would give a rank of all of your activity. and the most troubling, the most fed of Fed posts would come to the top, and that's what appeared in your sealed indictment, right? Like that's kind of what I'm thinking, because it's just a sea of data to look at. It's too much, and this is so the big data boom is already gone. That's past. We already have distributed databases that's cataloging everything you do. That's not exciting. The real future is labeling that data and having AI models that can prioritize or find and parse all of it.
There's teams of Indians right now being paid 5 cents an hour to label all that data.
So this is my research, Exigentime, is in I don't know if you've heard of active learning and stuff, but there's so much advancements in helping the labeling process to make it as efficient as possible.
Yep.
But that's really the problem, because we have so much unlabeled data. Even if every human being became a mechanical Turk, we wouldn't be able to label it. So we need to prioritize what we are labeling. And I think heuristics or models that say, whoa, this SRT file in this YouTube video that we are streaming right now, quite concerning. Can you get a human to look at this? Like, that is probably what's happening.
Yeah, look into the company Palantir. It's a Silicon Valley company.
I think I've heard of them, actually.
I think
defense company.
They're private, but they contract with DoD. I think Peter Thiel is either like heavily involved or a founding member. But from people that I know around that area, Palantir is doing exactly what you're talking about, Leo. They're using artificial intelligence in tandem with human analysts to have the AI prioritize certain intelligence red flags, and then have a human go in and further complete the profile. And then that profile then goes back to the AI for further processing. So they actually have a type of loop going on.
A human in the loop, yeah. And this is the thing for AI. So many people think of, iRobot or all these like completely AGI, like the true general AI. And so that's not how it is. But we're going to be using these models as compasses, really. Or, I'm sorry, the analysts, the feds.
Yeah.
They're going to use them to better isolate in this sea of data what is the most pertinent, the most damning pieces of information against people. And that stuff is already happening. I don't think we'd ever really get to full on.
Exigent, are you clipping your nails?
No, sorry, mechanical keyboard.
Mechanical keyboard, yeah. I can tell that.
Mechanical turking.
Mechanical turk.
So I've always been, concerned about that, but the thing is that I don't think they can. They don't have a legal structure to implement this, so they can blacklist people.
Yes, they do. They absolutely do. Because Jeff,
really.
You have to understand, publicly traded data is not protected by the Fourth Amendment. Like when you are using these websites and it's publicly traded,
you hit the accept terms, but sure.
Defense contractors don't have to follow the same rules as
but I mean
they don't have
a legal pipeline in order to arrest you for things you've said.
I mean,
there hasn't been something passed in Congress that lets them do that
pre-crime division. Yeah, I agree.
It'll happen in the next 2 years.
Exactly.
Man.
So kind of like the Patriot Act, there's going to be like a woke version of the Patriot Act, like the Healing Act, because of all these horrible white supremacists,
horrible Trumpists. And then then I got to move to China.
Oh yeah. I hope your social credit score is pretty good.
I mean, maybe this is a little bit irrelevant, but I mean, we talked about the more technical side, the more computer side of this. I am just like a little bit more interested in the people side. If I could get like a first-person account from you, Exigentine, what are the people like who are actually working in tandem with this AI?
Honestly, the people who are working with the AI are more interested in they're like your typical nerd who likes to work with computers. They're interested in the ideas. They don't really. There is definitely an ideological bent to it, but it's more like just the sheer. They would work on this no matter who's funding them. They're just interested in creating this.
And being so they have no moral concern for creating.
No moral concern.
So this is
it's very autistic.
So this is just like NPCs and dollar signs, is what you're telling me.
It's less like
science,
NPC and more
science
like
curiosity.
super autist types.
This has happened throughout history, though.
Yeah.
It's always the scientists have been like farmed, while it's the maniacal suits, the people above them, that farm whatever their advancements are for evil.
The bosses, those I guess you could say the money power definitely has an ideological bent. They're the type of person who posts in the message board for the company about, did you see these riots today, how horrible it is, and
oh man,
and I'm just so sad at what is happening to this country when all of this is over. The company I currently work for started providing free mental health service after after the recent riots.
This has got to be all right. Okay, that's weird, because people don't have like an emotional attachment to the Masonic Capitol building. That is a manufactured lie by the media. Nobody is like crying that the Capitol building was vandalized. I don't know a single human being that applies to.
No, it's all moral signaling. I don't think there's even anybody in the company who picked up on the offer for the mental health service. It's not that they don't think it's. Most people think, oh, it's just great, but I'm sure the reason why they even offered that is because they knew nobody would even take it, and it's not going to cost them any money, and it gives them some type of moral signal. But the message is clear, and that is they are siding with the global liberal establishment and
the New World Order.
Yeah, the Globo Homo, whatever you want to call it.
But I mean, there are only 14,000 federal agents in this country, and if they do like a Minority Report pre-crime thing in order to like gulag
I don't think
people,
it'll be based on directly locking people up. Okay. My theory for this is it's going to be soft control, locking you out of your bank account slowly, giving you less and less restriction on what you can buy, a slow replacement of our currency with some type of quote cryptocurrency, quote, although it will be centrally controlled. A
digital dollar. We talked about that before. Yeah, digital dollar.
Binary fiat.
But I think it'll be a fracturing of that currency into multiple different sectors of the economy. There will be food currency. There will be currency for your day-to-day home living. There will be currency for the financial transactions between banks that you won't get access to.
What's the purpose for that, separating the different types of currencies for
it allows for easier services. Analysis by computer.
And more control and granular.
Yeah, and then they can take away specific aspects of your control. So yeah, you can still buy food, but no, your general purpose currency that you could use to buy a gun, you've been restricted on that.
So it's like
been red flagged.
But,
so
but like this is retarded though, because it's just going to create a giant black market, and I don't know.
No, it's actually really clever, because that way they can have targeted subsidies. So let's say the corn industry needs so-and-so. So here's your corn bucks or food bucks.
Sure, but I mean, the problem if digital currency is it. I don't know like who the people trying to make these plans are, but it doesn't work. Like people will just barter.
So bartering in a black market, it's always been in a different context. Like, was it ever under a coronavirus lockdown with drones surveilling people in the streets?
Well, it's no better time to start than now.
Shipping. It's basically the two logistic companies, maybe three, and most of that is business driven through Amazon. You take over these several logistic companies. Now the only access that people have for goods will be directed by whatever rules that you apply to that. So yeah, there'll be day-to-day trading maybe between people in a community, but most people are living in cities where they don't have a community. They don't really know their neighbor. The rural communities will be better off, but again, they're not the majority.
The thing is, the reason there's no community in our atomized society is because there's no economic demand for community in our society. The very second that bartering is necessary to get the things that you want, like community will reform. It'll actually have the opposite effect of what they want, is because it'll give an excuse for local communities to actually form again. because in the old days you had to know like all the people in your village because you had to rely on their services and goods to survive, and it'll return to that, and then that's exactly the opposite of what they want.
And then
So
they will
I don't
all
know.
get Waco'd. They will all get Waco'd.
What do you mean
So
we'll all get
the
Waco? We'll just be on like a street to street.
So the
Yeah.
Amish will get Waco'd?
I would love to buy 100 acres of land, create a small farm, invite people on it that I know, and try to make parallel economy to this one. But I know that's only a temporary solution.
Problem is, people don't want to live on farms. We generally like the first world
Most people
luxuries we
don't,
have
but-
now. Yeah.
Please save
I've
me
talked to a
oxygen
few
time.
people who I've talked to a few people who are very interested in that. It's most people won't, but I don't want most people on this type of thing, and I don't think most people are going to really be cutting the coming hard times. There's going to be
Yeah, a lot of people aren't competent enough.
give
for
it
that.
15 years for the real hardship to set in. You're going to see the beginnings of total control in the next 2 years. 15 years will be the peak. That's when you'll see starvation and die-offs of large amounts of people. But
And
it will be starvation that kills most people, I believe, not
And within
violence.
5 years, we'll start seeing children of men where women will no longer have children. And then the great culling will occur, starvation, and the population will slowly trend towards 500 million, as written in the Georgia Guidestones, et cetera, et cetera. But that's the conspiracy theory angle. Exogen Time's way more grounded than me. So don't mix us two up. Exogen Time's saying something rational. I'm going veering
I
away.
mean, the problem with their depopulation plan is it's one, it's pointless because you're not going to be depopulating China and India by any appreciable measure, and they're going to be consuming more carbon than anything you reduce.
You don't
so
depopulate them the same way as you depopulate the U.S.
Exactly, yeah.
That they're depopulated through, war.
Because in America, where we have our illusion of freedom and stuff, the depopulation measures are much softer. Whereas in third world countries, you can start a civil war where all the insurgents are armed and funded by the CIA. Like this, that's kind of how it's done throughout history.
China is way more unstable than most people think.
No, I understand that.
I'd say that it's not going to go all according to plan for the power structures that are right now, but they are in power. But nothing does ever go to plan. I wouldn't say this is a total black pill. There's hope in the future if you can position yourself right now. The most important thing is the positioning yourself as early as possible to be able to, at the very least, maintain bonds of some community that is able to be self-sufficient and parallel to the current system. The last thing I would suggest anybody does is try to ingrain themselves further into our current economic system. Even if it means like taking a pay cut in your job, get out of a city. It's not going to be a fun place to be living.
Yeah, I do agree. I do think there's actually opportunity and a hope for the future a bit, but it's going to be painful on the way there. We're definitely going to go a lot worse before it gets better. But there might actually be a chance, even for the authoritarians, who want the revolution, because once it gets bad enough, people lose their jobs and they want to take action. You'll have your chance.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be fucking globalist Agenda 21. Like the U.S. military rank and file will coup the government before any of that shit gets implemented.
I think it'll happen much slower, in a much more subtle way than you guys are imagining it. Like they have models that can predict how people would react given a current reaction to something, right? They slowly can ease things up bit by bit, right? As we've seen the censorship over the internet since 2014, it didn't happen all at once. The search results slowly started to get culled. How far have we come from the Streisand effect? I always love using that as an example. At one point in time in the internet, if something was questionable, it would just disappear. And everyone would be like, what is that? Now it doesn't appear in search results. Now it just artificially views are removed. And then the account is silently banned. And now a new thing I've discovered from a friend I have, his account was banned, but it remained up. Isn't that terrifying? A YouTube account. He's banned. He can't log in, can't do anything, but on the front end, you can still visit the channel.
So it's shadow banned on YouTube. I didn't know they were doing that yet.
but it's like a silent ban. So he can't log in, he can't post videos, but the channel
Can he even delete his channel?
Yep, can't even delete it. So it just remains there. So people think, his followers and everyone's like, oh, business as usual. I guess he just stopped caring. When in reality, he's like, no, I do care, I want to, but they're just locked out because they know, they've already known the effects of the Streisand effect. It's so predictable. You censor something, people will care, even if you isolate. So now they want to censor without people knowing that censorship is occurring. So, and that's a microcosm, a small example. You think that same process of predicting how people react to something and then mitigating how they implement something over time hasn't been considered for a lot of these privacy and freedom restricting legislation will come into effect. It'll be very slow. I wish it happened all at once, because then you probably would get a rebellion. You probably would have people pissed, but instead it's all controlled. All of it's fake, inorganic. They'll have these little riots and little things that are paid for, and then they'll be able to leverage that to justify whatever legislation or censorship that comes about in the future.
Yeah, we talked about this with Jeff before, but the reason why I think there will be change is because there's a very high chance of an economic collapse soon because of the economic policies lots of the countries are following. And once there is a collapse, the prices go up, people's livelihood are at stakes, and they have trouble buying food, and they have to stand in lines and everything else. That's a prime opportunity for change. That's basically what happened in Weimar Germany and all the countries that underwent revolutions. So there's a high chance of some change happening.
I think a type of collapse is at least desired by a large fraction of the elite classes. They're not wanting, I wouldn't say depopulation is even their intentional goal. It's about power, and it always is, of course. And having a collapse, if they have their assets in the places where their assets aren't going to be reached by a collapse, if they have their assets in industrial power, manufacturing, and logistics, they're in place for a great reset where they're reset in a position of more power. And
I mean, we already saw that not this year, last year, with them basically using the lockdowns as an excuse to purge all other business competitors.
Yes, exactly. It's about who gets reset. And the depopulation aspect of this, I wanted to make it clearer what my belief on this is that I don't think it's necessarily an intentional goal for the majority of them, although there is a portion of them which are deeply enamored with the idea of climate change and do want a depopulation.
That doesn't really make much sense with their policies, though, because if they do want depopulation, why are they importing so many immigrants? Because
and I'd say the people who are importing immigrants are not the same people who want depopulation. The idea that I think will culminate in all sides eventually causing depopulation is that with the current profit motive that exists, it is designed to specifically turn identity into a commodity. You buy and sell your identity like you buy a new car, and that becomes part of your new ego. So when your identity is turned into a commodity like that, it makes a lot of sense to streamline the market, and it's just sheer capitalist logic to make a simpler, more maintainable group of identities that are easier to commoditize too, which leads me to believe that depopulation would be a rational capitalist goal in this system after a certain amount of time.
I suppose for stability's sakes and to avoid Malthusian pressures and such. But
yeah, I think they want to prevent essentially a type of evolutionary process from occurring, to lock things into a... If you know anything about dynamic systems, there's chaotic dynamic systems, and there's like the non-chaotic dynamic systems. But the ones that are governed by the differential equations that aren't chaotic are far easier to analyze and maintain. If you can set up a system of humans in such a way that it doesn't have unpredictable chaos, you're going to be set to have a perfect farm in a way. Why would you, if you were a farmer, why would you let all of your sheep go and
I mean, yeah, that's part. Almost all of the cultural edifice of the globalist project is that homogenization of the consumer to make it easier to utilize.
And they obviously follow a Darwinian belief system, and in that belief system, they can use that as a dialectic tool and reason that you can cause some type of extinction event to evolve the species under the conditions that would create the environment that would be more fit to the environment.
So then what would the fitness function of that be? The ultimate bugman, the one who I guess participates the best in their little utopia? Is that the one that they prefer?
It's honestly hard for me to see who that is. I mean, I think we see shadows of it now, and I think the bugman archetype is probably something close to that. I'd say it's, on the most abstract level, it's somebody who is totally susceptible to advertising.
So we're waiting for the evolved.
If you have ad block, you get -90 on your
I honestly have a theory that people who installed ad block back in the early days of the internet and continued to use it have remained more right wing.
Oh yeah, because they're not subject to any
constant psychological battering. Yeah.
Yep. But no, I just think it's going to, even if depopulation isn't an explicit goal, it ultimately will lead to that, no matter what course of action.
Just for sustainability. Yeah, to maintain whatever.
Sustainability. What a fucking meme. what a nonsense concept. Sustaining what? Your fucking bank accounts? Like the planet's not going to go anywhere. We could be 2-inch thick carbon monoxide filled atmosphere, and we'd still be living in fucking bubble cities.
Well, and relative stability for the 1%, for the elite, but not for us.
Well, I just love that the TED Talk that Bill Gates gave in 2010, where he was like, this is the equation for CO2. We have 4 terms, right? Population, energy per service, etc. And he's like, we want to get CO2 towards 0. And I'm like, what the fuck? Are you kidding?
Oh, so wipe out all life?
Yeah, but we gotta get that all the way down.
Why is CO2 a pollutant? I was like pretty sure it's used in this thing. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. Photosynthesis. I was like, CO2 is the worst thing ever, and we want to get it to 0.
No, he means in the context of that talk, he meant the net CO2 excess produced per year.
And he's like, so we got to trend towards 0. So this one of these terms have to go to 0, and the audience nervously laughs as he's talking about population. He's just like, yeah, we can. Oh, exit in time.
Yeah, I was just gonna bring up one thing before I forget this, because it's something I've been thinking about on a more esoteric level of what's going on, and that is that we've lost our reverence for you could call it death. Everybody in the elite that I've been able to observe, they want to flee death as much as possible. They no longer can accept their own death. And that's being manifest in the current conditions that we're seeing.
What are the manifestations, or like what are the results?
Transhumanism. You've got it's primarily transhumanism.
Okay.
You've got a lot of trying to extend their life with all kinds of.
So we're not in a period unlike the medieval period where you have all these monarchs running around looking for the fountain of youth. And
alchemy for the philosopher's stone and all that. That's the whole point of them.
But that is being manifest on a global scale too. Our entire economic system is afraid of dying.
Infinite growth, yeah. And
it might not even. It currently is manifesting in infinite growth, but I think even the processes that we have are becoming intelligent enough to realize that infinite growth is no different than an explosion, and therefore is in a sense a form of death. The way, basically, what I think is going to happen is that in order to actually combat the current mindset out there is to instill, it doesn't really matter how, but religion seems to be the best way. It is to put a fear of death back into people, and with that fear of death and acceptance of it. And I'm not really sure how to turn that into a cultural project or anything like that, but I know that is a critical weakness in the system as a whole, because liberalism is afraid of its own death.
It's interesting you mentioned that, because I've always found atheists and non-believers, death is the greatest fear for them, because that already there's nothing more to that, and it's the ultimate thing they want to avoid. And the transhumanist agenda is always pushed by these godless secularists who just anything but God. They completely reject the idea that death is a part of this existence, and that this world doesn't actually have anything.
Well, obviously, those people don't really think too much or read too much, because that's sort of been one of the main things that's been solved by thinking people a long time ago, or discussed extensively in numerous traditions all across the world. But when you have an atheist who reads like 2 books, then yeah.
I think there was a quote I had sent to you, Destiny, from a thinker that was against the French Revolution. I'd like to read the quote. I can't pronounce it. Joseph de Maistre. I can't pronounce French, but he said, "The whole earth, perpetually steeped in blood, is nothing but an immense altar on which every living thing must be sacrificed without end, without restraint, without respite, until the consummation of the world, the extinction of evil, the death of death." I always love that quote. It's pretty metal, but yeah, it just matters philosophically.
Yeah.
What you think happens after death. And for these people, they see nothing, so their preservation, all their energy is focused on making sure for them it is as good as possible at the expense of everyone else.
Transhumanism.
Again?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what was that exit time?
Who was it that wrote that again? I just wanted to get their name down so I could look them
up. Joseph de Maistre. I can't pronounce French, but he was one of the he was a Catholic who was against the French Revolution, and he said that he believed the destruction of Christianity was the direct result of the atrocities of the French Revolution, and he was not wrong. That's what.
He was absolutely right. The advent of liberalism in general in the periods of the French and American revolutions, it was these new forms of constitutional governments. You could see them as a form of trying to create a society that would last forever. There was no cyclical sense of history anymore. Before then, all societies understood themselves as things that would rise and eventually fall. But these new constitutional governments were built.
I would say it's a little bit of a fallacy. All societies, if the people living in them at the time don't think they're going to fall.
Isn't the Great Reset a manifestation of the fear of death of civilization then?
I think it's the manifestation of a civilization trying to reconstruct itself in the same way a person might try to upload their mind into a computer. A civilization is trying to re-upload itself into an economic system based out of cryptocurrencies and things like that to try to maintain itself via more digital means.
I see the Great Reset as like the ultimate expression of order out of chaos. The elites, they create the problem. They gauge the reaction. They say, here's the solution, which they already had in advance. So they knew the coronavirus would absolutely decimate at mom and pop shops and everyday normal commerce. But then they would give a little safeguard on Walmart, on Amazon, on any of the companies. These are essential businesses. Oh, but your everyday stores, churches, these are non-essential. But Walmart, Amazon, those are essential businesses. And this has been the greatest I would say consolidation of wealth since probably the 2008 crash. Like it's insane how much. You look at Walmart stock since the beginning of coronavirus, it's only gone up, right? Meanwhile, other businesses have gone belly up, completely bankrupt, destroyed.
Right. Yeah, the stock market moved in ridiculous fashion.
Oh yeah, and just a note that Twitter released a statement as to why they banned the tweets from Donald Trump's official Twitter account. And basically what they said is that these words can be interpreted as provoking violence sometimes. Therefore, we remove them.
Wait, sometimes? Is that actually in the text?
No, but effectively, because saying, okay, he said this. This could be interpreted as encouraging people for violence. So he's not going to leave there.
So extra time dropped.
Yeah. So it's not even that anything bad, but it might be interpreted as being bad.
But you could then just copy paste that statement below the statement they just wrote, and then you have an infinite recursion of their nonsense.
Here we go. So the mention of his supporters of having a giant voice long into the future and that they will not be disrespected or treated unfairly in any way, shape, or form is being interpreted as further indication that President Trump does not plan to facilitate an orderly transition. And instead that he plans to continue to support, empower, and shield those who believe he won the election.
So they're just saying they want to disrespect and discredit and crush and belittle anybody who had anything to do with Donald Trump.
They're saying that they're a publisher and that his words can be interpreted badly, therefore he shouldn't say them, and they're in power and control.
And extra time is back. His internet.
Oh, okay. Fixed. Here, let me click him.
Oh,
there you go.
I thought his employer snuffed him out.
No, I'm quitting.
I thought they got you.
I was going to ask, as a Gentile, is there any way to keep in contact with you through proper channels?
I got a Telegram now. I'll see if I don't know if I can.
Can you post it in the private chat? You could probably post in the private chat that we have here.
Sure.
Nice.
Oh my goodness. No. Wow. I'm just happy. I was your biggest fanboy. You missed out. There were long VCs where I was lamenting your death. I thought you died.
No, seriously, I literally just dropped out and ghosted everybody, and I wish I hadn't, but I was going through it transitioned into new jobs, and my time, I was working like 60 hours a week.
Yeah.
That's fine, man. It's just scary how when so many of my friends and stuff now are digital, and I've made them before our life was forced into these quarantine lockdowns. And it's just terrifying that one day I'll be talking to you guys, and then one day never again.
Hey, well, we all get to meet up in the FEMA camp. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. I don't think they'll have StreamYard, Skype, or Discord in the stream. We'll be there in spirit. You'll remember me when you see the guillotine rolled out. Like, oh, I remember that guy. And then you'll look at the little barcode. You're like, oh, it's from Walmart too. Hey, and then you'll be like, and then you'll remember these conversations.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, what I would want to do is try it. You see all these projects on Poll or whatever where they say we're all going to buy a piece of land and we're all going to move there, and it never works because nobody wants to actually start the fucking thing. But
I mean, the most reasonable version of that is you move to a given country and you form an expat community.
That's probably, or even you can do it internally in the United States. But my big idea lately has been to create an open source set of like guidelines on how to get your own self-sufficient homestead working. You do it yourself.
I had, if you remember, I don't know how long ago those streams were when I was talking about cricket farming.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
back then I was also on that kind of bender. I was thinking, I mean, technology has advanced to such a degree that we should be able to get self-sufficient subsistence farming to like a ridiculously low cost and low fucking size if we put our mind to it.
It's actually a lot easier, even with just traditional farming techniques, say raising some animals, livestock. The majority of, you're going to be working, say, 12 hours a day for part of the year, but the majority of your time is actually going to be free time if you're self-sufficient. It's just going to be periods of time where you're working all at once a lot of the time, and that's how it used to be. I mean, in the Middle Ages, people who labored on farms, the serfs, I believe they worked 3 months out of the year, something crazy like that. And then,
I mean, yeah, and they had the worry about like crop failure leading to famine and shit. But I mean, the GMOs and stuff have rendered that basically nearly impossible. You could grow like fucking full bushels in shit dirt.
Yeah, you can. I mean, if you're going to use GMOs, I think a lot of people just would be initially against that due to their conditioning, but it's what you need to survive in a lot of these places, especially colder climates, if you can get a GMO fed crop that can, if you can get a crop that's GMO and can survive, say, a very harsh winter in the higher, like Maine or somewhere like that, you might be able to survive a significant amount. And they can't just go in and violently wipe you out in America. Our country isn't really set out like that. They can if you're a Waco, but if you have independent groups that are trading with each other, using something like a cryptocurrency private between them, and
I mean, all right, so but here's the thing, Exogentime, and this is what I always worry about. It's not that they're going to literally Waco you and throw a fucking missile at your house. It's that the local government is going to be constantly harassing you, day in and day out. And this is all you could already talk to anybody who's homesteading, in almost everywhere across the country, and that like some bureaucrat will swing by their house and they'll try to find some technicality to fuck you in the ass on to get a bit more tax money on, or they'll change the local law to tax you even more just because you're an eyesore.
It's true in many states, although there are some places that are better than others. Some places where they literally just don't care, or they're too incompetent to care. And that's part of the process that I would want to try to develop, and that I've been beginning to develop, is to map all of this territory out and say that here's places where you're more likely to have a successful time, and here's places to stay away from. Here's what types of things are legal to do in any state. Here's what you should never try to do. Basic things like, do you have rights to drill a well on your property? How to get a building permit? Really basic things like that is the type of stuff that's really preventing people from doing this, because they just don't have the experience or knowledge or even the will to go through with doing that. But if you can open source all that, put it all into one repository, and then give a mechanism of trade between groups like this, I think you could actually start developing something like a parallel economy.
But would they allow that? You know what I mean? Because the end goal is control.
I mean, will they eventually crack down on the Amish?
Yes, but the question is, will it be too late when they do crack down? You have to be able to. It's a matter of flying under the radar long enough for them to not be able to successfully stop you once you have already gone through this. So I don't really know. I can't really say if that's possible, but I mean, with the Amish, or even parts of, say, the LDS Church, there's just too many of them with too much preparation for Zion or whatever, for the government to crack down on all of them at this point.
Well, the LDS is such an anomaly because they're huge and such an integral part of history, and it was U.S. history, and they even have their own state. They have their own Zion, right? Like Salt Lake City. Right? just yeah, there is such a strange thing to consider, but yeah, that's why things like Waco are incomparable to that. And I was wondering, could there be such a thing as a digital Waco, where they start accosting you on various social media accounts, silently blocking you, but also making it
so my fear about what the true digital terror is that they get these data crawlers we were talking about earlier, and they have a fake person Twitter account. So it's like not a real person. It's just like a generic name and like a picture. And that Twitter account publishes your leaked little edgy 4chan posts or Discord screenshots, because Discord's also completely monitored. So you could also do that. So they mark you for death, and this fake Twitter account publishes your curated AI nabbed information, and then you're depersoned from broader society, especially work.
And people will celebrate it because they're like, wow, this guy thought that whatever
he's had too much to think.
Yeah, a digital stockade.
He's a racist. He's whatever. They'll come up with whatever is the current worst thing ever, and have those posts prioritized and leaked out, so people will actually clamor for your account to get silenced, for you to leave. And that's what I think would be the equivalent of a digital Waco. They'll actually want people to be on their side to justify it. And this is what that post was talking about, is when these white supremacist attacks start happening, there could be a giant hack, air quotes hack, a leak when it's not really, of everyone that's been posting on 4chan that has these white supremacist leanings, and people would search it. It'd be publicly available. Anyone could search it. And then these battles would happen within families. You're like, did you know your cousin or your brother is actually a Nazi? You know, like they posted these Hitler memes and stuff as jokes. Ironically, they ironically quoted Goebbels or Hitler. And this is how it leads. And everyone will be in that mindset to do the work of the feds for them. Like, you'll be unpersoned in more than just a martyr sense. Like, when you're banned, you're like a martyr, but it'll be way, way different this time around.
But I always thought that if they're not going to go full Stalinist gulag on you, and they're going to go this sort of Tocqueville deperson you route, once you reach a critical mass of depersoned persons, then like it will just form an alternative economy. Like, there will just be a second group of people who then work with each other and trade with each other exclusively.
Sure. Yeah, it's. I just think it would be so easily identifiable, right? And then those people would be named and shamed.
Better have posted on 4chan that everything you said was fiction. I mean, that's totally going to save you. No, I mean, it will be bad for a lot of people, especially people with normie family members. And the last thing I would suggest is trying to red pill your family.
Yeah, I've given up on that. I just tell them to stop watching television and read books. That's all. I repeat that mantra, and they don't listen. But I'll just keep repeating that, because, like, what are they going to say? Like, you're fucking dumb? Like, no.
But red pilling people who are maybe closer in age to you or friends in your life is a much better idea, and it doesn't have to be full blown, like, posting poll infographics, sending them to their phones or things like that. You can just mention, like, look at what just happened with Trump getting banned off of Twitter. Isn't that kind of weird? Like, shouldn't a public figure like that at least have some voice? Little things like that.
Oh, these people are clamoring for it, and they're all happy. They're all like, oh,
yeah. Like, I saw numerous little Zoomers and millennials and all the lefty people who've drank. You
don't want to try to red pill a straight lefty. I'm talking about more of a 20-year-old boomer who just wants to grill, right? If there's people in your life that are like that, they're probably actually more than willing to listen to that type of thing. If you,
I don't know anyone like that anymore. I think everyone I know has already chosen their side.
People are getting polarized, but, like, for example, I think it's more likely for at least the people who are listening to this stream that there's maybe somebody who's kind of like a big tent libertarian or somebody like that. They voted for Jorgensen or whatever. That type of person is the type of person who will be more likely to be on your side, and it's not somebody that you want to remove from your life, because even though the pure, like, libertarian idealism is kind of cancer, they're only believing that because they've not had any other sources of information. I think a lot of libertarians are very much more inclined to understand the conspiratorial nature of things and would be more likely to participate.
I think any libertarians who watched the protests on the 6th are livid with the response.
In which way?
Just because, I mean, it was nothing more than a libertarian display, right? It was just
absolutely.
It was plain civil disobedience in the House of Representatives, and the grotesque Stalin-esque crackdown. It's no more plain as day than that when it comes to what the libertarians define as evil.
Yeah, and yet the Libertarian Party is the first to say how
how evil
attack on the Capitol was. But no, I think that the libertarians are actually a great ally right now. If and that's going to be, watch for it, because it's going to happen. There's going to be probably a significant amount more polarization between libertarians and more far right individuals, because right now they're the two groups that are most likely to unify against this type of thing.
Yeah, I have a friend who's sort of a wignat, and he always like fucking poo-poos and shits on like the Drumptards and the libertarians.
Mm-hmm.
But I tell him, like, you don't get to choose your fucking bedfellows in this kind of situation. But he always insists on like disowning them and hoping they get owned, and then he has like some fantasy of like the wignat only purist.
Yeah, I think in this
fucking
case, there has to
rundown.
be an alliance with the enemy being the authoritarian socialists. I think that's basically the enemy, unless you want to treat, those I forget what you call them, but Wingnuts, whatever. But I think that's what everything is against right now, because that's what they want to do: implement an authoritarian state, control the economy, take away your rights, the whole digital currency, and basically implement something very similar to the Soviet Union. And I think as long as somebody is opposed to it, then it should be an ally right now.
Absolutely. There's the worst thing you can do right now is infighting. There's no such thing as purity. There's simply
the thing though, Exigentum. Yeah, I agree. Infighting is bad. It's just so terrifying how the mind has eroded by being subjected to propaganda for so long. I won't say, but I have a connection, a friend, whatever, someone who doesn't believe that I don't care. I said, yeah, I didn't vote. And he's like, yeah, well, there's lots of people who didn't vote who still secretly support Trump. And I'm like, what? How much more can I make it clear I don't like Trump? He's a rapist. He's like owned by Israel, all this stuff. And he's like, yeah, okay, whatever, dude. And they've just been so subjected to this, either supporting Trump or you're against it.
If you're not, yeah, Leo, if you're not making the religious movements, if you're not tipping your little menorah and saying the good things about the environment and diversity, then clearly you're a secret Trump supporter.
Yeah. I've literally had family members threaten other family members to disown them if they voted for Trump. Like that actually was happening, and I got to experience it firsthand. The people are getting so polarized.
I mean,
it's becoming.
If you lock somebody in a room for a year with a television set and they're retarded and they believe the television set is giving them truthful information, they're gonna go retarded.
I love that. That's one of the factors. Lock them in and they're retarded.
Lock them on the Twitter box, really. I think that's
Twitter box, either one. And it doesn't really matter. An algorithm or a television set, they're the same thing.
Oh, that is the worst part. We were talking about that in the early days of BYBS, that the merging of, there used to be a partition between the internet and mainstream media, but as search results now in all of these social media sites, from YouTube to Twitter to Facebook, are in line with what you see on TV. I remember how upset I was when you tried to search anything on YouTube, and the first results are verified channels like Comedy Central, ABC, MSNBC. And I was just like, there's nowhere to go now. This is the biggest video.
When that first started happening, how slowly that trickled in, and then, but it started getting faster and faster and faster. Like, do a search without yourself logged in on YouTube for, say, say let's talk remote viewing. There's this. I was recently trying to look this up. It's a method of, say, ESP or whatever, but you do a search for that on YouTube on an account that's not logged in. You're gonna just get all results from mainstream news and nothing from like some small channel that's telling you, okay, here are the steps to.
I mean, you can always sort by recent and shit, but yeah.
Yeah, but it's
I think that's going to be changed too, Jeff, because I was about to say that, recent is a way of kind of bypassing it, but you think that's going to be changed too.
For a while, Google actually removed, and I think they brought it back, but there was a short while where they removed the ability to set a date range in your search results.
Oh, yep.
And I guess enough people pushed back on that they put it back in, but It was gone for at least a day. I remember that.
Even not even for like fucking conspiratards, but just for data people, you kind of need that shit if you're
You
using
absolutely
Google
need
search.
that. If I'm trying to find like some old post that was on the internet, and I just know the date range that it was in, you need that to even find the history. So just seeing how much control these companies have over our own recent history is quite frightening.
Well, this is the TED Talk I saw, I guess 2 years ago, where they talked about this crisis because YouTube search results used to be prioritized by viewer retention, meaning how long someone would watch a video. And if it was longer, then that would be pushed up in the search results. And they did this because they could put more ads in a video. So it helped the company financially, even though YouTube has never been green positive, right? It's never been positive, but still it was something that benefited them. But this TED Talk was saying the videos that had the highest viewer retention were right-wing conspiracy theory videos. And this woman in this TED Talk, she was basically saying she compared it to the BP oil spill. She said that this is, I know, right?
Yeah, when I was in college, I remember we were having. I was in college during the whole Trump hysteria, parts of it, and there was a discussion on Brexit, and so the teacher asked the class like what was their opinion on Brexit, and everyone raised their hands that they were against it. I raised my hands I was for it because I was like, what the fuck? The halls of debate. Anybody here have like a brain functioning right now? And I made like some simple arguments for it. But then when pressed about their arguments for it, it was pure disdain for the lower class. It was these people are uneducated. They don't know any better. They can't. They don't know that they're losing 20 cents. Their underwear will be 20 cents more expensive if they don't accept the European Union trade deals or immigrants.
The unwashed masses angle is what really pushed that stuff. Because what's the assumption for changing the search results from prioritizing by viewer retention, which by the way I think is a great metric for pushing search results? Well, they said people who watch right-wing conspiracy theory videos are too dumb. They'll believe it. So we can't have that happen. It's polluting the airwaves. So then they had to tweak. And since then, it has only gotten worse and worse. They had to tweak the search results, tweak what you get in recommended videos. It's been totally changed to not only just a political bias, but also towards a verified bias. And those verified biases already have political biases, right? The verified channels already do.
Yeah, it actually even has consequences. Because I tried doing research for my novel, and I had to look up conspiracy theories like about the moon landing, for example. But it's fucking impossible to find using any sort of Google service. Like, try on YouTube, try on Google, you can't find anything about it besides debunking videos. So I had to go on DuckDuckGo and stuff like that, just search for, like, what do people actually believe about it? It's fucking impossible to find.
It's so funny you mentioned that. So recently, I think yesterday, I released a 51-second video of a Deus Ex rave. It was like a meme video. I was just joking around about, the recent Capitol, storm the Capitol thing. And it was like this Deus Ex rave video with these, 90s polygons just like raving out with all the articles flashing on screen of white supremacy. And it got flagged with the FEMA.
Oh, that's going to get showed quick, yeah.
No, the weird thing, Exit Time, it got, how YouTube does, they put a Wikipedia article.
Yeah, they put a little note on your shit.
They put a note on my video.
That's all artificial intelligence that,
yes,
does that too.
To provide
Did you use any tags in that?
No, I used no tags. I just in Deus Ex, the very first line of the game is when he says your appointment with FEMA has been arranged. I already spoke with the senator, so I put that in the description, and my video was tagged with the FEMA Wikipedia article.
Oh.
Yeah, I think they check at least the first 2 or 3 minutes of any video.
But the video had nothing to do with FEMA. It was just in the description and no tag or anything. And just that one FEMA, all caps, I get a Wikipedia tag on
this
it.
video is now going to get flagged for FEMA.
Just look up a video of the Deus Ex intro and it's flagged for COVID because they talk about the ambrosia vaccine.
Right.
Yeah.
And, even if you're behind a VPN and stuff, it's dynamic, right? Because when I was on a node in the UK, the Wikipedia articles changed to, I'm sorry, what's the UK's health thing? I forgot.
Oh, NHS?
Yes, exactly. It linked to the NHS, but then when I was on a US node, it linked to the CDC, which is just, amazing. I love that. That's so great. Just the amount of control they have.
Oh yeah, they've internationalized it. Why wouldn't a global system do that? But no, it's the current thing that I think is most damaging is that people tend to think of the internet as a decentralized system, but that's a huge mistake at this point. It may be decentralized in physicality, but it's certainly not decentralized in who has the power over it. If you want to have a truly decentralized communication system, you're probably just going to have to resort to something like ham radio at this point, or carrier pigeons. But
because the services used on the internet is completely centralized. That's the point.
Yeah,
the actual computers, the actual connections, the network packets might be decentralized, but the services you are using to access.
Microsoft had it right when they were trying to destroy the Linux share of the market. I believe it was embrace, extend, extinguish. And all modern Silicon Valley companies have taken up that mantra, where they will adopt all of these decentralized open source protocols to because it's basically going to give them free engineer work that they don't have to do themselves. And then they're going to extend those protocols with proprietary features. They're going to put them, or if it's like an open source program, it's not going to be a distributed open source program. It's going to be running behind a server, and you can't actually see the source code of what they've changed on it. And then finally extinguish. Once you've made enough changes to the protocol, it's so incompatible with the original that the original becomes useless.
Phased out, yeah.
Yeah, and that is how all of these companies operate. Any company that is providing any type of software service is going to, like Twitter is a great example of this. You have a really, really basic system. It is, you put a post up and other people see it on a page. It's more basic than Facebook, really. And yet, what happens with something like Parler today? You have Trump go to Parler, and the Apple App Store it threatens to ban Parler unless they have moderation policies. So your
moderation policies that happen to align with the morality of Google and Apple.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't it be that way? Power will always seek more power.
And I forgot the hearing that Zuckerberg was at. There's one senator that was drilling him on a very basic question, and he says, "Does any Facebook engineers coordinate with the policies of Google and Twitter?" And he's like, "Not that I know of." And so he's like, "Well, here are screenshots of Sentra, which is like an internal system they use to be sure when they're viewing a collected profile of all of the information they can get on a user's account, including any calls to the Facebook API outside of the website." So I hope no one here has a Facebook. That's pretty basic. I'm sure you guys know that.
Yeah.
But the thing is, he was saying it's like their policies, if you will, the models that have been trained to determine whether something is or is not wrong speak, they can collaborate with existing models from other companies. And there's such a gross overlap between all of them.
They're all using, I believe, a lot of the neural network exchange files as well lately, which allows you to share machine learning trained models for machine learning. So OpenAI is an example of this. The first stage of what happens, you got all these engineers work on an open source project. You have these open neural network softwares. Now all of these big companies start extending them with their own proprietary models, sharing them internally with each other. Yet the extended protocols that are going to be shared on these neural network models are going to be totally private.
So we can't see it, and you can't test it on your own. This is what people were talking about with deepfakes and stuff, because there's ways there are models available online to test whether or not a video is a deepfake. But what about the proprietary deepfake models, right? That could bypass. You think if you're working on a deepfake video, wouldn't you test it on all publicly accessible deepfake tests models to see whether or not is this video a deepfake? There are models online that'll evaluate that for you, but those are publicly accessible. So it's like, in a way, you just make a video and make sure it passes all of those, and then you could release it. It's
right. That's what the academic side of things is contributing to this system is it provides a public repository for the money power to actually test
public funding of the technology, and then privatization and exploitation of it.
Yes, that's the racket.
And this is what people don't understand, because they're like, oh, well, I could make a deep fake or some from this. So yeah, but you understand these corporations, they have access to that too. So if they were to ever release one, it'll be an order of magnitude imperceptible. It would be so much better. It'd be completely imperceptible to anything any person could do from an open source perspective.
And they have access to far more compute units than you could ever imagine.
And data, exactly. Yeah, just
and so I think after Trump, they'll never will be allowed any person who is not completely on board with this tech oligarchy to be like a public figure.
And was Trump ever against it? That was the perception.
No,
that was the public perception.
Yeah.
No, he campaigned on it, and they thought he was genuine, but he's a retard.
I wouldn't say go as far to say that he was controlled opposition, but he might as well have been.
Because the thing is, without getting into the technical side, he was controlled opposition purely from a political perspective. His behavior. Before you entered, I talked about his laundry list of support of Israel, and that already makes him an establishment candidate. Now, his use of Twitter, his use of social media sites for his campaign, now set the stage for what they're doing. Like what happened at the storm the Capitol, that justified them banning his account. And they're going to point to that as the perpetual. You see what happens when we don't regulate social media? People will try to destroy the essence of this country. They will attack the Capitol. So we have to make sure we stop these terrorist attacks from coming. And I think there might be more, because a woman was shot. I don't think that was planned. I really don't think that was planned.
I don't know if you guys covered this earlier, but why do you think Trump made such a blunder? Do you think it was intentional?
Yes, absolutely.
My interpretation was it was damage control. So he wanted the protest not to succeed or anything, but say that he tried before he gave up and bowed out. And so the shooting was not intentional, but
it was a macho move, I guess. I kind of agree with ancap.
I think all of you just have too much goodwill towards him. He's just not. He doesn't think
he was trying to appease his Q supporters.
Yeah, he was just trying to say, like, see, I tried. I went down fighting. I'm a true patriot, so you guys can go home now. That was the whole point of it.
There's a plan, I swear.
His whole family is going to be soft exiled now. He's literally destroyed his bloodline in a way.
I mean, was that before or after his daughter married Jared Kushner?
Yeah. He was trying to get into the other bloodline, but
bringing this up to people, it's when you view the perception of like, yeah, he wanted to appease the Q-tards, he wanted to be a macho man, like go down as a patriot. These are all things when you're thinking from the perspective is if you were president, if you were a man with integrity and you wanted to do that, he's just not that. It's actors. And I know it's very tired. I've said this for years, and it's like it gets annoying, but it's true. Like, he does not think like you, and there's a coordinated reason why this was allowed. Why Baked Alaska is in all these articles published by Jewish authors.
Reality television.
Yes, yeah. Exactly. Interactive theater, where you can show up to the event, but you don't actually have any influence on it. You can show up to it. You can take your camera. You can record, but it has already been decided before it even happened how it would be leveraged, how it would be used, how it'll be referred to in the future.
Well, yes. So I don't think all the protesters who got into the building were all Antifa agents and crisis actors like some freaking schizo retard. I think they were legitimate people who have any sort of grievance with the federal government or were supporting Trump, and they got into the building and they screwed around, had some fun.
They were invested in the narrative that was being sold to them.
Well, exactly. Some of them were for the Trump narrative. Some of them were there just because you have an opportunity to break into the Capitol building. That's pretty cool.
And some of them were there on a federal.
And some of them were feds, and then some of them were Antifa.
It was basically three different narratives colliding together. You have, and they all ended up having the same goals, and that's why this happened. That's why the doors were left open, because it was, in some sense, what everybody wanted.
I couldn't believe how predictable everything was before anyone had even set foot outside the Capitol. I was like, this is going to be compared to Charlottesville. Lo and behold, very next day.
But the problem is like nobody, like they've already, the term white supremacist is so meaningless in the context of this protest that no one's even talking about it. I don't even know of like a single normie trying to like extrapolate on that aspect of it because they know it's not true.
The silver lining is that now Charlottesville will be forgotten in some sense. Yeah.
My man, poor Richard Spencer. His one claim to fame. People forget about it.
He's now going to be what was he? He was a Z-list celebrity now.
I mean, the thing is, because this is more important, Charlottesville was just a bunch of people with tiki torches. This was on the Capitol, the Masonic Temple. Oh my gosh.
Burned down the White House. Remember the War of 1812, except it's 2020.
And the esoteric artwork within the Capitol. I don't know if you guys have known that. Inside the dome of it, if you look up, is George
I saw
Washington.
The photos. Yeah. That was weird with the
horrifying.
It had like a globe on it.
If you go to that, and you can look it up online, it is a painting called The Apotheosis of George Washington, and has a bunch of Roman and Greek gods looking up to George Washington ascending to heaven. And that's painted on the inside.
Yeah, it's a Masonic temple.
It's absurd. And if you look at it, the architecture of the Capitol is identical to that of St. Peter's Basilica. But now we're getting really, really far off track, so let's keep talking.
No, it's not off track because you could look at the senators' Twitters and you could tell which ones were Masons by how angry and seething they were about the plebeians in their temple.
But the St. Peter's Basilica, I hope you guys know that's in the Vatican. It looks like
the real question is who got their promotion to 33rd degree for all of this,
right?
Pence, I guess.
Yeah, I think he
that little coin was his promotion coin.
Why would he even do that in public? I don't even.
Because no one cares. No one cares enough to call
it
him
in
out.
Public is part of it because then
it's part of the ritual.
Masons get to see what happens and they are all in the know, and so now they know that Pence is going to be a big guy.
There's a comment here saying the military is never going to let the country go full commie. Well, that depends what you mean by full commie. Because at least partially the process is going right now, so they're not doing a very good job of stopping it.
They'll just replace anybody who's going to be disloyal to the American government. So I don't know. They'll just replace them with like blacks and other immigrants. So yeah.
With the military or like the public service?
The military. I'm talking about the military. Probably with the public service, but like they'll just replace anybody in the military that is disloyal.
The military is going to be replaced with mechanized drones for the most part, controlled by some operators.
Yeah.
Eventually they'll have to.
The problem with replacing the military is it's sort of one of the big money graft pillars of society, and so like they have a lot of political capital and power right now. So like cutting them and like their wages are the majority of the budget. The majority of the budget isn't like the weapons and the projects; it's the wages of the military. So I mean, the whole welfare queen, welfare king trope does kind of apply here. And I don't think they're going to be outed overnight. They're going to stick around for a while.
Yeah, one of the main goals of BLM was to defund the police and replace them with a more leftist, progressive alternative. So they might eventually do the same thing to the military. They'll suddenly be anti-soldier to be a new woke military.
Every military unit is going to have a group of psychologists with them, just like they wanted to do with the police. I mean, that's how I see it. It's going to have more of this priestly.
But the thing is,
as if it wasn't like that already. As if the military isn't already compromised in its own way, even by people who are like supposedly like more Trump supporting is sort of soldiers. Like those people are probably compromised as well. It's something else.
If our military gets that decadent though, then like China can win easily.
Yeah,
and they are getting decadent. I forget where I heard it, but there's somewhere where they were talking about how our military in the U.S. is providing more medals than they ever have before, and that's a trend with any failing military is they start giving themselves like all of these honors. Like you look at these warlords in some shithole African country, and they are just covered in medals. It's exactly the same thing that's starting to happen here. The honors of military are becoming meaningless.
Especially since they're not fighting any major wars right now, so you don't need competence.
And with Biden, they won't be. So
you think Biden will be anti-war? So he won't fight
no,
anything?
they won't. No,
just
he'll
like conveniently
fight,
lack of war. Conveniently,
he won't fight Middle Eastern wars. I mean, no, he will fight Middle Eastern wars, but he loves China so much that he'll never fight fucking China. So
yeah,
he'll cede everything to them.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, the one only major conflict that could occur is Russia. So you should notice that Russia has been sort of the target of ire of the media.
Oh, dude, I completely forgot about that because when Hillary was running,
they've been trying the prime and pump Russia hatred for 5 years for some reason. The reason is because the major geopolitical interest of China is the giant swaths of Siberian farmland that they need to settle all of their overpopulated millions of Chinamen on. And nobody in Siberia lives there in comparison. And so the most logical conquest of China is that the Siberian plains. And somehow, I don't even know how quickly Biden could pivot that. But if that was his true intention, he would try to aim to America, China versus Russia.
I completely forgot that Hillary used to be all for the Russia war, and around 2016, that used to be a big deal. But nowadays, of course, nobody's seriously considering anymore. But that might be revived now. Yeah, I haven't considered that. So that'll be interesting.
I don't know if it will necessarily be a Russia war that will happen. Although there probably will be. There definitely will be a war because there has to be at this point.
And now fusion pressure is going to cause a war.
Does it have to be a physical war, or does it, or could it entail also cyber war?
Cyber war is such a meme, dude.
All right.
But it's going to be physical war, absolutely, because that's the pillar of maintaining the military. How can you justify the huge amount of budget increases that the military has gotten without now bringing it into a war? Trump didn't bring the military into any war, but that may have been now a catalyst to have one of the largest wars that we've seen in decades.
And that would help with depopulation.
I mean, if you're not expecting a diversionary war at this point in history, right after the stock market crashes, there's going to be a fucking diversionary war.
Oh yeah,
they're already revving up their fucking charts.
They might do that. They might want to repeat World War II because they're gonna inflate the currency, crash the stock market, hyperinflation. Everything is gonna go into depression. So then they think, oh, how did we get rid of this last time? Of course, World War. And so yeah, because that's what the people believe nowadays. Is the World War II solved the Great Depression. They're gonna try to do the same thing.
Their analytics.
And because everyone's in on the joke, they're going to say, "Oh, we've signed an agreement for no nukes." And they're just going to send you to the meat grinder.
And they know exactly who to draft first from their analytics to get rid of dissidents.
Oh, no.
I'm definitely draft dodging.
Yeah, just cut off your pinky toe or something.
Buddhist. Well, can't you just draft dodge by saying that you're like a fucking white nationalist?
Honestly, I think there's going to be changes to that just to...
No, I mean, like, you literally get into the recruiter and you just start siege posting, and they're going to kick you out because if you get into basic and start siege posting, they're not going to like that. So
ironically, they'd be like, "Okay, we want you. You're exactly what we're looking for." It's the irony.
No, but it's literally the easiest way to get out of that shit.
Yeah, I was just joking.
It's the easy way to get out of that, but it's also going to put a big target on you.
A big tar mark on you, but then you like defect to whatever other country is left standing afterwards.
It's a refugee.
Yeah,
maybe. I mean, I've looked at other countries. It's nothing really looks that good. I mean,
we don't know how it's going to pan out yet.
At the very best, I have seen is certain parts of Argentina.
Like Argentina? Well, fuck.
It's so rural. And like nobody's going to find you or care to find you, but it politically it's not great. But I don't think it would be majorly involved in any specific war. But even in America, there's places. I don't necessarily suggest totally defecting out of the country because that's kind of a red flag in its own way, especially if you have a background that is something that they're looking at. Just be careful.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not going to be a unipolar world. It's Russia, China versus the globalists. And if it's just like the Cold War, and you are hated by now the globalists are basically the Soviets, then you leave. I mean, what else am I going to say?
Let's look at the ideology behind China right now, because I think it's much more like the globalists than you might think.
No, it is, but it's centered around a sort of a Han ethnocentrism and a sort of an idealized Confucian traditionalism.
But if you're not Han, you're just
yes, but you can paying lip service to that is a lot more palatable than like all the shit that fucking Zionists make you do in this country. Like paying lip service to it is like way easier.
You can hold the red book and quote.
Start learning Chinese.
All you have to say is Taiwan is not a country, and then Hong Kong is rightful clay, and like that. That's easy to say in comparison.
Easy to say, but again, they still don't necessarily trust you.
Of course, but they'll let you live there. They'll take your money.
They'll take your money. They won't ever let you have become a threat. They won't let you. Your family that you have there, or anything, community that you try to build, it won't be something that's sustainable. Yes, for an individual looking for short-term survival, that might be the only option. But if you're trying to weather this, and you're trying to maintain some sense of your own family or your own group community, then I don't know if China's necessarily
sure, but I have a much more cynical outlook for the United States than I do for I think that once it really starts going, the rural people will be very early on the fucking Stalinist gulag list.
Well, all I can say is it will be the Hans uploading themselves to the Matryoshka brain while everybody else gets trapped on Earth.
Yeah. I think China is actually much more traditional. What they want to be is like an old European empire, have a strong economy, big trade routes, and subjugate, inferior nations beneath them like they're trying to do in Africa right now. And it's actually not that bad from what I've seen, because basically what they do is just go there and marry the African wives. So maybe if they take over the US, they'll give us a nice Chinese waifu, and we'll be happy. But... probably not, because they're lacking waifus right now. So probably the opposite. Lots of Chinese men coming over, marrying white girls.
It's interesting that you say they do have that traditional view. I see that in a lot of the Chinese media that I've looked at, and a lot of their culture that I've seen. But they also seem to have a very cyberpunk type of mentality. Everybody is connected to their phones. They've got a national surveillance system. They've basically got digital currency already. They're where the U.S. wants to be in the next 10 years. But so I see this some degree of the traditionalism there, but I don't think it will either last in the pressures of the nihilism that the technocracy would create. I don't know. I just see them going the same way that the U.S. is going, just with different ethnicities. Capital does the same thing to most people.
No, I think the middle class will of China will extract better conditions out of their masters as they gain more wealth, and that there'll be a rising power in the century while the U.S. is a declining power. I struggle to construct a positive trajectory for the United States in this century. Like it requires a ridiculous amount of
trajectory for any of the empires right now.
I don't see why China would decline. I really
internal
don't
pressures. There's a lot of internal pressures there. China.
All right, but you understand you understand that the reason why the United States was so wealthy after World War II was because it was the last country standing. Now, if all of the other European and Western countries kill themselves in this COVID technocratic orgy of retardation, they kill their economies, that is, China will have such an advantage. They could leverage that for at least 5 to 10 years. And if they leverage that well, they'll just be on the upswing compared to everyone else.
Yes, if the current state of things as we see it in America is actually going to decline the power structures. But
yeah, it's going to get worse. It's not going to get any better. That's for sure.
I think that the United States has a lot of smart people who are part of the elite, and they know where things will head if they go in certain directions.
But they're decadent. They're not. They're stupid. Their philosophies are imbecilic. Yes, these people are smart, air quotes, but their philosophy is fundamentally failed.
Right.
And the society they will create is fundamentally failed. It will be outcompeted in every metric.
The real question I have to that is, do you think that's just an outward projection based upon the narrative that they want you to follow? The middle class is always the aspirational class. So the middle class gets sent this propaganda of what the elite believe and how they actually think. However, I think a lot of these elite, they are decadent. They do want to live forever. They want to be transhuman.
Transhumanists, intersectionality, armchair socialism, environmentalism. These are all decadent nonsense.
But they know how to achieve at least some of those goals. They know how.
Yes, but paying for any of these non-practical goals is already like kneecapping your country. You're already kneecapping yourself in comparison to your competition. China doesn't care about that shit. They'll make nuclear reactors all day.
But I think the actual strategy, as I see it right now, involves going at least somewhat off this planet into near space around Earth.
All right, well, we haven't talked about space, but
I don't think China has.
Elon will become the god king of Mars and make a breakaway civilization and save us all. So don't worry about it.
No. It's not a positive thing. What's happening with it. So just think about potential energy. Think about if you can threaten any country on the world by sending a small rock to destroy any city. You don't need nukes. You have something far more powerful.
Yeah, kinetic bombardment, dudes. I love sci-fi.
Yeah, but that's not going to be relevant until Mars is truly self-sufficient.
No, I think it could be relevant in the next 25 years. It doesn't need Mars for this to happen. I think Mars is kind of
the thing is, WMDs don't change anything because if you're a space colony, you're still going to need resources for quite some time from the ground. If you're on the ground, using WMDs is just not tenable.
And I don't think they're really going to do it in a WMD type of tactic. What I think they're going to do is prevent. It's going to be very much like the naval strategy is right now. Prevent movement. Specifically prevent movement into space by other countries, have a blockade so that they can colonize aspects of near space.
It's really easy to shoot down that shit, though.
Guys, I do need to head out, but this has been wonderful. We got to do this more often. Space isn't real. Bye.
All right, see ya, man.
Based.
I do hope he comes back on it and ancap doesn't get banned.
We'll see. We'll see how good their algorithm is, and whether it still works if the video is privated or unlisted. Because they.
Yeah. I mean, what was it like? Medicare was doing that for quite a while, but he still got banned.
I mean, you have to be pretty big to get banned.
Yeah. They don't.
To get straight up banned.
Small things.
Like all my edgy shit on my old channels is still up. The only video that ever got taken down was Siege. So.
Oh, yeah, on the topic of China versus the U.S., I'm actually thinking about it, and there's one advantage that China has with its authoritarian government, and that is it's actually more free market friendly than democracies. Because under authoritarians, you can actually have free market reforms, which is what happened to China, after the 60s and everywhere else, starting around the 80s and 90s. Well, nothing of the sort ever happened in a democratic country. In democracies, the government and the social welfare state always gets bigger. So that's what's happening in the US right now. It's become less competitive. And right now, China is still not the best. It's not as free as it could be, but they could always make reforms, which is not possible in the US and Canada. So that's one big advantage.
You're right. If you've looked into any of the neo-reactionary stuff, it does show that having the authoritarian government actually will have a better chance at directing capital around some structure. What we're seeing with the West right now is the capital is ever accelerating, but in a lot of different directions. We don't really have just one elite, although they do unify around a few loose goals. In places like China, they do have a much, and this is where I agree with them being more traditional, they do have a much more unified and coherent set of goals. And in the long term, that's going to be successful. But what I see happening with the West is something will be coming out of this ununified structure. You can think of it like a rotting carcass, and a new bacterial growth go and it finds its way to colonize it. And this will be all the same thing. There will be an ideology that comes out of this, and it's probably not going to be favorable to any of us. And it will be just as traditional in some senses as the Chinese one, in specifically in the sense of having a strong authoritarian nature to it.
Something we're thinking about too is in the coming crisis, because we're thinking there's probably going to be some major depression and possibly a change in leadership in the US. And thinking of what's actually going to happen for that and what the preparation is. And I realized there are no good leaders in that case, because in Europe, when it was going through the crisis after the First World War, there were lots of up and coming, people out there who want to take power. Besides the fascists and everybody else, the commies and everybody, all the factions they were already getting supporters before it happened. But there's nothing like that here right now in the US. I mean, if they say there is a coup and they overthrow and elect the glorious leader in the US, who are they going to pick? Trump is not going to do it.
There's nobody in the elite that is a leader at this point.
Elon Musk.
Yeah, no, they don't want to. Like those elites are part of the system, and they want to stay that way. They want to accept leadership.
From the elites that I've known, they're really efficient bureaucrats. They don't have any aspirations of leadership. Even they see themselves more like custodians of a system. They have no aspirations to try to unify people, even because they're so indoctrinated with the liberal belief systems that they think that it would be, I wouldn't say egotistical, but just beneath them to try to be a leader. It's almost something that is considered lower class to have that aspiration at this point.
Yeah, to be fair, a politician is a pretty demeaning job. It means you're not competent enough to make it in the free market or getting a real job. It means you're too dumb for it. So it makes sense to turn it down.
So to even hope to have leaders of any sort, the only real case for this that I see having any type of hope is having some type of middle class movement into the elite. I think things like recent trends with cryptocurrencies can allow for that, because there's been quite a few people who've now raised themselves at least into the lower elite with the amount of money they have. But money is really not the important thing here.
It's fleeting depending on how far the dollar crashes and shit.
Yeah, it's about connections. It's about who you know. It's about and it's about soft power. But to even maintain some degree of soft power, you can't be a Trump-like figure. If you're a Trump-like figure, you're automatically cast out of this system because it is something that is looked down upon. It's looked down upon to try to take the reins of this. There won't be any type of Caesar, as far as I can see, because they just don't have anybody who has the connections to be that person have made those connections by explicitly not being that person.
Yeah, pretty much, exactly it. So all the people hoping for a revolution in the U.S., like, come on, who are you gonna elect? Who are you gonna put in charge? There's nobody.
Yeah.
It doesn't exist. So they're not very
I
likely.
don't know what the solution to that is other than parallel structures. That's honestly the only thing that it keeps coming back to in my mind.
I mean, I'm thinking in terms of your children's children. When I think of like really long-term work and settlement goals as a person, not like, yes, you can make the homestead and you can set all this shit up and go to like the right state locality, and you can hope that like the state government doesn't pause one day or the feds never fucking track you down. But like, it's only going to get worse in the United States. It's only going to keep declining. Like the best case scenario for you is like balkanization, and that's like even that's pretty unlikely to happen. Yeah.
The way I see it is similar to how JavaScript took over programming. It's a virtual machine. It's not something that's actually being directly computed by your processor. It's something that's built on top of a pre-existing set of rules. But by being so ubiquitous and better at doing specific tasks, even though JavaScript sucks, honestly, but it became part of something that everybody uses. Everybody has a browser. Mm-hmm. So if you begin to create something like a virtual governance structure that mitigates, say, things like the decline of police protection, you have some set of codes that people can follow, protocol, an open source protocol of sorts. You can create a virtual government that is now in place to take over when balkanization does happen.
Guys, I gotta get going.
See ya.
But This was fun.
See ya.
Yeah, see ya, man.
All right. Back to your point about space. You said these space weapons would be used as sort of like giant, guns to pressure people into doing things.
That's one thing, but I don't think it's going to really be the main thing. I think the main thing is going to be things like
preventing people going into space.
Preventing people going into space.
But the problem is, it's very easy to shoot down satellites.
Yes.
So that's not really a big... it's way harder to build your anti-satellite satellite.
If you have...
Your anti-rocket platform, and then not have it get shot down by the person you're trying to stop.
If you have a satellite in place that has some type of kinetic ability, you can shoot down the thing that shoots you at least once before you're out of whatever you have to shoot it down. You're right, but I think with things like the coming asteroid mining, which I do think will be a thing, although I don't think it will be necessarily as efficient as a lot of people believe it to be.
It won't be a big thing. Yeah,
it's really overrated. People think it's much too highly rated.
But you will have the capability of creating enough structures that can maintain themselves to effectively keep up some type of defense to prevent anybody from getting into space. That's why I think China is pushing a lot faster right now on making its way into space. I don't think it's just a political move.
I just don't think space denial platforms are realistic. It's way like an orbital rocket will always be cheaper than a space denial platform.
Yeah, because right now, missile defense systems aren't that great. Especially you can just overwhelm it with a saturation attack. I mean, it's not something you can do with static defenses, because getting additional defenses into space is really expensive and slow. So it's just a lot easier to overwhelm those defenses than actually relying on them. So yeah, it's going to be very vulnerable, and unless
I don't think that's going to be a viable strategy of any state.
You bring up good points. I haven't actually fully done the math on exactly how economically feasible it is, but I do see that as an ideal for somebody to achieve, since I've heard that mentioned.
Right. I mean, like my whole thing on space is that space development has been purposely kneecapped by the elites because they don't want a breakaway civilization. Like we could have been working on it for years, and we would have been way farther ahead. But it's just because they don't want to have an escape valve for their citizens, and they don't want to devalue their own political capital. They have no reason to invest in space.
It might very much end up being that nobody lets anybody into space. Everybody stays trapped here because it's too much of a risk.
So what you think Elon they're gonna like try to sabotage Elon's whole plan?
I think they're letting him talk about the things that he wants to talk about now, because right now it's just ideas, not enough. The SpaceX is still not very, very viable.
It's pretty viable compared to like all the other aerospace rocket.
It's not viable enough to be a breakaway
civilization. Of course not. It would be. I mean, I guess we'll see when the rubber meets the road, when he actually starts trying to land big quantities of mass on the Mars.
The West wants Elon to succeed, but I think the pushback will be from the East, trying to prevent him once he becomes enough of a threat that they're willing to risk war.
Well, the thing is, one of the major applications of Starlink is actually advanced warfare. And that's one of the main.
You mean like
partners,
drone control in remote areas?
Drone control, on-demand hacking.
Yeah.
Like there's actually a ton of spooky shit you could do with Starlink in like.
Well, Starlink would be the ideal thing for building a parallel system as well. I mean, you could go out into any remote area and still have full communication access, which is, I think, one of the biggest hindrances to a lot of people trying to get out of the cities, is they are so tied to the internet in many ways for income and a lot of other things, that I think it's probably pretty neutral in what capabilities it has. But given that it is coming from Elon, and given that Elon is with them, it's not going to be totally favorable for the dissident groups out there.
Honestly, from my perspective, this whole space thing is a bit like ocean homesteading, saying, "Oh, you can start a new civilization out floating on the sea, away from current countries." And
you can't. It needs resources and logistics. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's the same thing, because you need imports, and it's much easier to support one floating on the ocean than one up in space. And there's actually some advantages to it too, because you can make one in the Arctic, get Arctic resources. You can make one near oil platforms, so you'll get oil. So it's actually much more profitable to do it here on Earth in the ocean.
That assumes it's going to be people, however.
Aliens?
If it's all done remotely.
Robots,
if it's all done remotely, a lot of that logistic concern is no longer necessary. We're getting to the point where that can be done, although robotics is actually a lot harder than a lot of people think as far as AI goes, because you can't just train it with a huge data set as easily. There has to be some things that do need to be custom programmed in by a person. But with a robotic type of semi-self-sustaining system, you can begin to slowly allow people to colonize. I don't see full colonization, as self-sufficient civilization in space for over 100 years from now.
Yeah, it's a really long-term plan. It's a bit kind of pointless to predict at this point, because so much can change in just a few years.
Yeah, but I would imagine that similar to the ideas of technocracy, being an early Mars landowner would also be like a big aspiration for many.
Yeah, it would be like being a big landowner in the early United States, right? Those families are the same families that are in the elite classes of the United States today.
Yeah.
And no, go ahead.
Like, I don't think Mars is, if Mars is civilized by people, I think there's going to be some amount of pushback to allowing them to be fully self-sufficient anyway. Again, this is very long-term in the future. Not too much point in talking about it, but like it's the same thing that happened with the United States. It's about 6 months away by boat. Now it's 6 months away by ship, and they're going to develop their own political aspirations and want to break away from anybody who is on Earth.
I mean, that's sort of the point of why there's so much enthusiasm and effort from the managerial class for Elon. People, they're paid in stock options, and of SpaceX stock options.
Yeah.
And these people are hoping they're busting their ass with like these crazy hours, trying to actually fulfill this crazy Mars dream because they hope it will elevate them into this sort of Mars class away from the rest.
I don't see the political establishments on Earth letting them get away with it. It's like obvious that that's happens to anybody who just thinks it through.
The thing, it'll be too small and expensive, and it'll be filled with the children of many of the elite, and it'll be sort of very elite. It'll be way more elitist than even the American colonization effort, because like to get into space, there's already so many filters of like who you're actually sending there.
Right.
So it'll almost be it will be supported by enough Western of the Western oligarchs that it will continue.
Again,
now, will China start a war over Elon having shit on Mars? Maybe, I don't know.
I think if it becomes clear that they have some type of threat against China. So if there is the potential for kinetic weapons against China, even if they're not even actively attempting it, if there even is a hint of that, that's when China gets involved.
Yeah, but but I mean, what can China really do to a Mars colony? I mean, I guess they can bombard it, but
they can try to build their own, and also I see it as more. It's just an extension of the same naval policies that China has, is trying to control as much space in the South China Sea right now. So they would attempt to try to control the routes to and from any type of colonization effort.
I mean, it would just end up being in different competing cities on Mars.
I don't think cities on Mars would necessarily be fighting each other too much, because they are, I mean, very, very fragile.
Well, yes, that's what I mean. Like once it's gotten started, like it's not like China can kill the people on Mars without turning themselves into a pariah and they have like everyone dogpile them. Like it'll just become an inevitability that people will have Mars colonies.
Right. If it gets to that point, again, I don't know. I have two conflicting views on this, and I don't know which one is more accurate. The first being that there are some very smart people who can foresee these things and will have the willpower to stop it. And the second being is that our current elite only think 5 years ahead in most cases, because everything is based on business plans. And with everything being based on business plans where they do only think in very short term, they don't think generationally at all, would they even have the willpower to do anything about that, even if they could foresee it? I don't know.
You're talking about business plans, but as if it's exclusive to CEOs and business owners, but that's much more apparent in politicians.
Yeah, it is. It's I use the word business plan, but I mean it in every sense of how our elite operate. Is they think on very short-term scales of getting as much wealth or power as they can in a certain amount of time, and it's not in any generational time frame.
Yeah, and I mean, Elon's not far away. Like, if Starship is like functional in its full capacity by like 2024, let's say, then he could definitely have like a habit, like not like many people, but like you can have a scientific station on Mars by 2030 easily.
So if you could get a ticket to that, would you go?
Would I go to the first earliest scientific station on Mars in 2030? No.
Would you go if it was more developed?
Yes.
I've considered it.
If I could have kids, and well, the kids would live on Earth, and I would have a promise of like Mars land, then I would do that shit.
I do wonder if that's how it's going to be. It seems optimistic to me, but hey, if that's an actual thing that...
What do you think, Elon? Do you think Elon's pouring all this shit into fucking Mars? Do you think that's cool?
No,
he wants to be a fucking king, dude.
I think he believes he's gonna be successful.
Yeah.
I just don't know if he has the means to actually fight political battles that will eventually crop up.
I mean, we'll see. We'll have to see with the Biden administration how much they cockblock him.
If they do, if the way I would see it is that if Elon is actually as smart as some people make him out to be, he would be offering those people some amount of political control in this behind the scenes. I don't know if he's that much of a Machiavellian thinker, but that would be the way to handle that type of situation.
I don't know. I don't think there's going to be that much major pushback on Elon. As long as he keeps...
It looks good as a propaganda for the US.
It looks good as like propaganda for the US. He's actually physically helping with various defense capabilities. So like you have Starlink, and you also have Starship as a point-to-point troop vehicle, which is something people forget about. Basically, you could launch a Starship and land it in like 30 minutes across the globe instantly, have it filled with like drones or men, and like avoid all the radars and anti-air establishments.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely useful for them. I mean, I can totally see it working. I just there's an intuition there, I guess, that maybe I'm not fully...
I think that's just pessimism. I don't know.
Probably pessimism.
I think it's pessimism.
I mean, there's been a lot to make me pessimistic.
I mean, I've been following SpaceX extremely closely because it's like one of the few cool things left to follow.
What if they force a mandated diversity quota on Mars?
I could see it, but by the time Mars is an individual polity, that will naturally solve itself.
Sure. I mean, honestly, with something like that, especially at the early stages, you need to hire based on merit more than anything else.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
so before somebody...
I disagree.
Yeah. You disagree? So overall,
I can't say I do.
Okay. Well, anyway, before chat blamed me of doom posting and being too negative. Thing is, I'm not being too negative. I'm being realistic. And even then, I'm actually being somewhat positive in my criticism of what's going to happen in the future, because I at least think, yeah, there's a chance for change. Because if you want to go maximum doom post, you'd say, oh, actually, never mind. It's all hopeless. Nothing. It's all going to be the same. People will never rise up. We're all fucked, and we'll get fucked the ass, and we'll love it. And that's what a doom poster about Black Pillar would say. But I think there's actually a chance of something happening, which made me feel a lot better than before. So hey, maybe things will get better eventually before they get, but afterwards, no, before that it'll get really, really worse. But we still have a chance of something better in the future, and I think that's something very positive to look forward to. So there is hope for us all eventually.
Even though the title of the stream is "The Future Isn't Good."
Yeah, that's overall. But there will be some good fragments in sometime later.
Yeah. It definitely is a scary future. There are definitely there are more bad endings than good endings here. I'll say that.
It needs to be carefully navigated, and now is not the time for people to act rationally. Don't go to protests if you're listening to this.
Oh yeah.
Just don't, please. It's
bide your time.
It's better for you to collect resources, plan a way to get somewhere where you're less under the influence of these things. There's nothing perfect. There's always going to be a flaw with everywhere you go, but if you're living in a big city, just look into some land elsewhere. There's going to be a housing crash soon, so maybe look for land after that, but at least start your planning now.
Sell your Bitcoin, wait for the housing crash.
No, buy Bitcoin, or at least don't keep it in dollars. You don't want to. You want that.
Well, that's true. Now.
Sold all mine today. I'm gonna wait for the small crash and then buy the dip.
Yeah, there's probably gonna be a dip, but it's kind of hard to predict because honestly, it could explode even more than it did right now. That's people have no confidence in the dollar and central governments.
No, I think it could. I honestly do think it could go up to 100K. But,
yeah.
I think there is going to be a small dip soon, and I plan to buy that.
Yeah, the 100K thing was a meme like a few years ago, but now it might actually become a thing. So like, it's so funny.
The meme now is 1 million.
That feel when I knew about Bitcoin at fucking 6 cents.
Oh yeah, no, I was there when that 6 crash, and then I gambled it all away because I was just a kid.
Oh god, I want to beat my fucking 12-year-old self up.
Yeah, seriously, I was telling all my family, "Oh, you should buy Bitcoin. You can launder money with that. Isn't that cool?" And nobody wanted to buy Bitcoin, but
I was shilling it to other people because I had the money as a kid.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, "Oh, just put $50 in it. It's like $1 right now."
Oh,
but it's great. It's proof that decentralized stuff can actually function, and right now it's doing its job. The whole point is to be a fallback in case the central governments fuck up and do something really, really stupid, which we're doing right now. And so it's nice to see some kind of libertarian anarcho-capitalist kind of system working in the real world. So it makes me really happy that it's actually functional. And
yeah, the ex-ancap in me really likes what's happening with cryptocurrency, but I also see the dangers of where it's going to go with governmental control. But I don't think there will ever be a total removal of free cryptocurrency. By free, I mean freedom and liberty. I think there will be things like Monero that will always exist. So yeah, maybe you can only buy stuff on a black market with it, but it's still going to be something you can use and something to give you some amount of power back in this world.
It's still going to be better because with the official currency cracks, you're going to have to use the black market to get anything. And sometimes what happens in other countries is that they just use US dollars. But instead of that, when the US dollar itself is the one that's crashing, you can need something else, and Bitcoin is by far the best option available. Because unlike gold, you can actually use it to buy stuff online. Like you can buy fortune passes with it. So there you go, it's far more useful.
Yeah, that's the most valuable thing to spend your money
on. I actually feel really sorry for any Anon who bought a fortune pass with their Bitcoin back in the day.
Oh my god, yeah.
Imagine
really for that VPN usage.
Imagine they bought it with their fucking Bitcoin and they shit posted with the show pass with the show pass function. And they're like, I bought this at Bitcoin, and now they're
yeah, I did it anonymously. Nobody can track me now. But no, I think you bring up a good point, ancap, is that there will be black markets, and that's something definitely not to discount, because black markets are where a lot of power actually is to fight back in this type of thing. The criminal underclasses of most societies are allowed to exist for a reason, and they can be very useful for pushing back against establishment policies. So I'm not saying start a mafia, but I am saying that it's not a bad idea.
Hey, yeah, don't talk about the Dogecoin mafia, please.
Yeah, but no, seriously, having at least the capital to participate in certain things like that is going to be incredibly useful in the future.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'm kind of tired.
It's good to wrap up.
Yeah, I think I'll hop off too. So.
Oh yeah, Jeff. How do you communicate these days?
I'm on Discord on the same shit. I'll just put it in chat, I guess.
Yeah, I guess in private chat here. Yeah, I'm still on Twitter
I'll try to
mostly.
get into my old Discord account.
I know I never use Twitter.
Okay, I still have a Discord account. I just don't use it very much. So I could try adding you here right now. I have it open. I think I had you sometime though.
No, I already have you. You're online now. Yeah, I'll just message you.
Okay, so you have me. Okay, good to know.
Yeah, I messaged you.
Guys.
Yeah, I got it.
See you. Okay.
Right.
Good night.
Yeah, see ya, man. All right, and for everyone else, let's finish up with I guess SpongeBob. You know, a SpongeBob quote. I think is something that should keep us all up at night. It'll be very motivational. I think it'll be very, very good. So let's see if this works very well. This is real time. This is AI SpongeBob. It's the future now. You see, this is what we do. So let's see how long it'll take to model. Please do this again. Maybe I'll do some more game streams or something. Because now I have motivation because everything is so fucked. But anyway, let's see. So let's see what SpongeBob thinks about this.
What the fuck did you just fucking say about me, you little bitch? I'll have you know I graduated top of my class in the Navy SEALs, and I've been involved in numerous secret raids on Al-Qaeda, and I have over 300 confirmed kills.
Oh, thank you. That was very informative. All right, guys. Thank you for your thing today, and I think it was a pretty